Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. She gon' bust it. She gon' rustle. She gon' yeah. What's up, baby? Tell me how you get the one up on me. Aye. And I know you ain't playing round. You about to have me down on one knee. Aye. I got that soul. Now she done came and snatched the soul out of me. Aye. She got that gold. She close enough. She open up. You go to sleep. Aye. Now if you ever get to meet her, better keep a shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. She go below the belt. You better go for help. Shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. I wanna be her man. Now I'm a believer. She used both hands. Now I'm a believer. Yeah. Big gun, baby. I'ma pull it out and shooting my shot. I got a feeling I can bust it, baby. Trust me, baby, I do this a lot. She do that roll. Now I'ma double tap that booty like I did. She take that pole. All the way down that choking sign gon' make me ski. I'll ski. Yeah, now if you ever get to meet her, better keep a shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. She go below the belt, you better go for help. Shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. I wanna be her man. Now I'm a believer. She used both hands. Now I'm a believer.
Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday. Happy second day of the Wichita Land. And most importantly, happy MEC Finals Day. The Midwest Esports Conference is about to conclude. In the next couple of hours, we'll have one team entering into the top 32. I am Grapes, joined by DJ. We're here to cover the action between Grandview University and Ottawa University. DJ, we've been here for a while. We've been here through and through throughout the entire season, and we finally get to see the culmination of everything. And in a weird twist of events, this is the series that I think a lot of people were expecting coming in to the beginning of the MEC conference.
Yep, the on paper final at the beginning of the season here, Grapes. Again, not maybe as many people expecting it in the mid to late season when PNW were on a tear, but Ottawa came in yesterday absolutely firing on all cylinders, looking the best they have all season, and now they got a chance to prove that they can take their vaunted talent all the way to the top and unseat the undisputed first seed in GVU.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, DJ, this is the matchup a lot of people, a lot of, analysts, a lot of different higher up coaches were really expecting coming in. Of course, Ottawa had a couple of struggles in the beginning of the season. Their start was a bit slower than expected. Purdue Northwest came up as a really strong contender, as somebody that we thought was going to be entering the finals come this weekend. But Ottawa, they've been scaling up over the past couple of weeks. They played a very, very good series against PNW yesterday to earn their spot here in the finals. And of course, Grandview, it's just been dominance through and through for them. They're, looking to basically repeat and do what they've been doing for the past couple of years here in the Midwest Esports Conference, and that is continue to win.
Yeah, they were the champions last year. Of course, Grapes Prankuru on the other end of that one, actually, as a member of Illinois College, now on the squad here trying to win his first MEC title. And again, they are going to be heavy favorites, right? They have only that one series loss in the entire season to PNW. And if we recall, Colthrow was pretty adamant that was largely in part to one certain AD carry, maybe eating one certain bad meal prior to the game, and that they were going to scale up and it wasn't even going to be close in the playoffs. Well, they're not playing PNW, but yesterday against ONU, it was not close. It was not close at all. That was a speed run of a series in the best of three. And I am very worried that Colthrow's words are very true and that there was an extra level to this GVU team all along here in the MEC.
Yeah, I think it was a combined 40 minutes total across two games in their victory over Ohio Northern yesterday. It was one of the most dominant looks we've seen out of Grandview all year, and it's just in time for the finals. But we were talking about these teams. They have a lot of history between each other throughout the season. They've been bantering a little bit on Twitter. We got a couple of trash talk threads that we want to show you guys right now. There's Colthrow and Aaron, right before the land, saying Ottawa is free. There's a little word in there that I don't think we can be saying on broadcast, but I mean, look at them. They look so cool. How can you expect them to lose a series after a picture like that?
I mean, this, Graves, being the realist here, I don't know if the picture makes that much of a difference. The funniest part is Blonde has a reply on that tweet below where he's just like, dude, I'm right over here. Like, I'm literally right here. You can, like, what are you doing taking the picture over there? You come say that to me, but these guys have had some pretty friendly banter, I would say, all season long. Of course, maybe a couple a little sharper today when everything is on the line. We, of course, remember Meslo Slayer from week number 1 when Blonde changed his name. That one was highlighted in our questionnaire. So we got plenty of threads all across the season that are going to culminate here today, Graves, and see if Ottawa can use some of that momentum, some of that motivation, and again, try to pull off what most people would consider an upset here in the first best of 5 we'll have of the season.
Yeah, first of all, super excited for a best of 5. Hope we get a lot more games than just like the 2-3 that we've been seeing throughout the series. Maybe 5 games. I wouldn't be too upset about that. But I talking about Ottawa again, you were saying how, you know, hopefully they want some revenge here in this series, and not just from, like, you know, the history and their struggles in the beginning of the season. They played against Grandview twice this season, obviously, and they got 2-0 both times, most notably in the first matchup against them in week number 1, where they got perfect gamed in game 1. So I'm sure a lot of those players definitely have that on their minds coming into the finals. And it's been a while since we've seen these two teams face off. I think Ottawa has looked stronger since their last time against Grandview. So it'll be interesting to see how they end up matching up on the Rift today.
Yeah, I think it will be pretty fascinating. Of course, you remember that too. I like that one. Hashtag Collimer Drafts. If you're out there, Collimer, we love you. Don't worry. You even said so on Twitter at the time. But again, Ottawa's come a long way, right? We talked about the roller coaster multiple times. We have heard from them, of course, in their interviews and everything in the last couple of weeks, that this is the up and up, right? This is them on the ascendancy. This is their peak, and I definitely feel like it is watching their gameplay, Grapes, both yesterday and in the last couple of weeks in the MEC. So absolutely thrilled to see what they're pulling out today and how they can play up against GVU as the draft for game 1 is getting started.
Here we go. Grandview going to be starting off on blue, Ottawa on red. I believe GVU was the team with side selection as they were the higher seed. I expect blue side to be a pretty high priority throughout. I think Ottawa really benefits from getting that first pick with a lot of the power picks and pocket picks that they have in their champion pools, and we see some of them right away on your blue side of the screen. Warwick, Senna, and that set taken away from Brixton. We saw Brixton have a very good series on the last 2 games on the set. Wouldn't be surprised if these are banned in the first rotation through and through as we go throughout the day.
Yeah, it is kind of that tricky part about drafting against Ottawa. You have a couple of pocket picks that you absolutely have to take away. Some people have decided not to ban the Senna. Obviously not the case here in the playoffs. Both GVU and PNW did it, meaning you only have 1 extra draft slot in phase 1. Graves, we know D has a ton of flexibility. They're on blue side this time around, so they get the power pick as well. It will be Graves locked in.
This is one of Kothor's most played champions. Prankuru can play it as well, but another champion that scales really well. I was actually expecting a Rise pickup on that B1. I think that's going to be a pretty highly prioritized pick, especially if these are the 3 champions banned on the Grandview side. Both Meslo and Blonde play this to a very high level, and as we say, that Rise is going to be locked in on the other side. So Blonde going to be getting his 3rd straight Rise game of the weekend. Looked very good in it against Purdue Northwest, and will hopefully try to use that global presence to impact the map.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Meslo's played this 5 times as well to great success, 4-1, but didn't want to pick it up, meaning they had to know this was going to be picked, right? If they left this open, if they didn't draft it on B1 Grapes. So they've got to have an answer to this. They got to believe they can play around it. So I'm excited to see what Meslo has in store for it and how he's going to play against what I think we all knew was going to come out. Coda on Comfort, Blonde on Comfort for the mid-jungle 2v2.
On the other side, Grandview going to be locking in that Nautilus for Pluto. Without the Karma, that's the next most obvious option here for Grandview. Pluto, again, undefeated, and I think 7 games of this champion. So very highly prized pick here for GVU. We'll see what they lock in on the other side. Wouldn't be surprised to see the matchup against this Rise in the mid lane. It will be Meslo's Ari, another pick he's very, very confident on, and I'm sure will do a whole lot of work.
We saw that Vex hovered. That was an attempted play from PNW yesterday when ISO picked it up. We didn't think it was that effective. Graves, of course, Graves already in the draft, meaning they had a lot more damage than I think that PNW comp did at the time. So could have been an option. Instead, we'll go to the Ari. We've seen him dominate on this. We saw him look so good on it yesterday, Meslo. So again, a lot of comfort in the hands of pretty much everyone as 9 lives goes right back to the Tom Kenchia. He was claiming in chat at the end of the games yesterday that we were sleeping on him, that we were giving Brixton a lot of credit, we were giving Levi a lot of credit, and he was like, nah, man, this was the Tom Kench carry. This was all me yesterday. So he's right back on it, and he'll be feeling confident.
I mean, I would be scared if I was playing against 9 Lives Tom Kench if you saw him yesterday. This is actually, again, the 3rd time he's picked Tom Kench, but before this weekend, never even played this champion. It's now his 16th unique pick in the Midwest Esports Conference, and looking very good on it, able to act as that secondary engaged threat with those abyssal dives, getting huge knockups and also keeping some of those main carries alive. Both top laners and bot laners still on the table for the pickings for both of these teams as we head into the second phase of bans. Aaron going to be targeted here on the Ottawa side, or for Grandview, maybe a little bit of both here, going one pick towards Brixton, one pick towards Levi.
Elios going to be the pickup for the team fight of Ottawa. That will make them a very big team fighting threat. And what's left for Aaron here? Caitlyn is still on the table if they do want to go for that early game Grapes, but really everything else is kind of in the S to A tier is pretty much gone here, unless I'm mistaken. Jinx, Zaya, Kaisa all out, and it's going to be Misfortune Hover. This is certainly not something we have seen. Instead, it will be Varus, though, to get that pushing power and the team fight for the later stage.
I was getting a little bit excited there, DJ. I know Lethality MF has been making its slight rise in popularity throughout the meta, but instead will just be another Lethality champion, most likely, in the Varus here for Aaron. Final pickup for Grandview will be that Aatrox. It is a blind pickup, but with a lot of the champions banned away, like the Set, the Warwick, the Ornn, it's going to be a bit of a challenge here for Brixton to find something in his champion pool to whip out, and I love this here for Ottawa. They're throwing down the gauntlet, putting Brixton on one of his main carries here in the Jax.
Yeah, I think I saw that one coming. I think maybe Prank saw that one coming as well, Grapes. Picking up that Aatrox will be a bruiser top lane, will be a little volatility in that lane. The laning phase, again, should very heavily favor Prank, but obviously as this game goes on, it's going to get better and better and better for Brixton if he's not too far behind. So I expect a little bit of attention up there at some point or another. Make sure that Brixton can get through that laning phase, can get to some of those critical item breakpoints, and become the massive threat we have seen when he plays on this champion. I mean, we joked with him in interviews, right, about how he kind of gets camped against ONU, has to play weak side a lot, right? And when he's on the Jax, oh boy, does it turn around. He can absolutely hard carry on this pick if he is allowed to freely roam, freely farm, and build up to his power.
Yeah, it's been a very positive and interesting adaptation here, and a piece of growth for Brixton in the top lane. Again, we keep bringing back this point, but it's very cool to see like him, adapt some of these new play styles. Of course, being one of those more weak side players throughout the beginning of the season, now getting his hands on the Jax, which he has been playing throughout the past couple of weeks and looking very, very solid on, if I do say so myself. So we'll see if he's able to bring the pain down up here in the top lane, or if Prankuru will continue his reign as one of the most dominant top laners here in the Midwest Esports Conference. When you think of Aatrox, normally think of Cylindric of Purdue Northwest, who had a lot of really good games on that champion, but Prankuru could definitely play it as well.
Yeah, Prank can definitely play this. I mean, he's picked it up a couple of times, looked fairly solid on it. If I'm looking at the actual playthrough, actually, he hasn't picked it up yet this season, Grapes. I'm looking at our sheet here, and yeah, this is actually his first Aatrox game. I mean,
okay.
What top laner can't play Aatrox, right?
True,
You would hope. We had a good 2.5 years of this man at the top of the meta before it finally disappeared. So I definitely expect Prank can play this. And again, he blind picked it. Looking at the champion pool, I would expect he also thought that this was going to be a Jax pick and elected to take that into the matchup.
Yep, and I'm sure it'll be fine. Of course, you do a lot of self-peel on the Aatrox with all those knockups and with the W. And if Brixton ends up jumping on top of him, sure, Prank won't have too much of an issue to get in that. But of course, the lane will still be volatile. We'll see where Coldthroat and Coda decide to funnel their resources towards, as we have finally loaded onto the Rift. Hope you're excited, guys. It is finally the time for the Grand Finals, Grandview versus Ottawa. We got a best of 5. Let's see who ends up on top.
We've waited far too long for this final, Grapes. And again, remember what is on the line here: the pride, the trophy, and the automatic bid into the CLOL Top 32. So everything to play for here. Teams got to be at their best. I hope they all had their favorite pregame meal. A couple of them told us they don't have pregame meals, no pregame rituals. But for those that do, hope they had the best one they've had in a while, because now is the time to show your stuff. Now is the time to show your practice, your strength, your power. Do not choke up. We want to see these players at their very, very best.
Yeah, for Grandview's side, I hope there's some good pho in Wichita for their sake. I mean, that was like all of their pregame meals, I feel like, when we were at
It sounded like a very team thing too. So
it's like nice communal like dinner or lunch before the game. Get some hot soup into your body.
If their gameplay yesterday suggested anything, I would say there was a pretty good pho place in Wichita.
Certainly so. I mean, they look pretty good. We'll see if they can continue that strength today, as both junglers are going to be starting off on their blue buffs, going towards the opposite sides of the map. We've seen Colthrow and Grandview focus a lot of their attention on the bottom lane throughout this entire season. And interestingly enough here, DJ, Ottawa going to be paddling towards that top side, helping Brixton out a little bit.
Will be that path up there again. I mentioned I think this is the most volatile lane. You can have some engages, of course, in the bot lane between Pluto and 9 Lives. See the hook coming out.
Not too much damage just yet, but Levi chunked out to about half HP. Aaron still reining in those autos here. Those arrows do a decent amount of damage here in the early game. Of course, going with that longsword, we're expecting a lethality build here with the Halo Blades in tow, but can always go for some slight deviations. Not entirely sure. Level 2 hit first for the Grandview bot lane, and Pluto is looking to engage again, forcing the flash out of 9 Lives early on.
Yep, really nicely done by Pluto. Just excellent laning phase. You're always going to get the push with this Varus early on against the Aphelios. He hits 2 hooks, gets a flash, gets damage down, right? It is good respect from Ottawa. They will be just fine at this position, but it is a summonerless support now. It can give you a secondary option if you are Colthrow, though. Again, he's on a Graves. Probably wants to farm a little bit more. And again, if he wants to impact the matchup, probably should be this one in the top side. We've already seen kind of the power of the bot lane. In that pushing, it's a little trickier to get solo kills unless mistakes are made pre-6. Same for the mid lane. So the most volatile lane I would expect is going to be the one you see on your screen now. Frank has this wave in a very good spot.
Yep, going to be slow pushing it back in. Brixton unable to get that full crash on the third take through. You know, Colthrow going to be finishing off his 5th camp, headed straight over to the bottom side of Rift Scuttle. Pluto placed a nice ward in the bottom side jungle off of that level 2 push. So it looks like Grandview knows that Coda was pathing from bot lane up to the top side of the map. But as we say that, Coda and Blonde making their way over down bottom once again. They see that the Scuttle has been taken. Don't think it'll be too hard for him to go back and trade it.
Would you say they're making their way downtown?
Walking fast.
Paces pass.
He's okay.
It was a nice walk, you know.
Yeah.
They walked through river, got their feet a little wet. It's totally fine, you know. He's going to go for this gank, actually, Graves. He's going to be spotted on another ward, though.
Here we go. Abyssal Dive coming in from 9 Lives, but Pluto's on the wrong side of the fight. Colthrow with the end of the line already coming down, but 9 Lives again does not have the flash. Exhaust is on Aaron, but will it be enough to reduce the damage? Flash forward from Pluto, and he will secure first blood for Grandview University. Now Coda is going to try to get a trade back, but the arrow coming through with the blight stacks. Aaron picks up the second. GVU on top to start off this series.
And what a great start from GVU to the series. And honestly, Grapes, this one, even more so than the gameplay, this one goes down to preparation. They see Coda and Blonde walk over the ward into the river, which we then joked about with a very dated reference, of course. And then once again, they see him here on the Tribe Rush. Colthrow already in the right area. As soon as Coda realizes the jungler is here, this play is doomed. But 9 Lives has no flash. He's already gone in. He cannot get out. All they're trying to do is get a little bit of gold on the back end as Coda goes in. But the shielding, the gameplay is perfect from GVU, and they start off this series with an absolutely beautiful play from preparation to finish.
Say that perfectly there, DJ. 2-0, 1K gold lead now into the hands of Grandview, finding themselves with another early game lead. Not something that you know, something you expect to see out of this team, and as we've been watching them throughout the season. But Ottawa, of course, well, it is a bit unfortunate for them. They still have the tools necessary. Of course, Blonde and Mesla still farming off pretty evenly in this mid lane. Levi still pretty close in CS, and actually in terms of itemization, also relatively even in gold as well, just off of the base timers, I believe. Having that pickaxe and longsword compared to the serrated dirk on the side of Aaron. So in terms of combat power, things are still pretty similar across the line, and Ottawa still have the potential to make some of these plays to get themselves back in front.
Yeah, it does get a little awkward, though, after that bottom lane play, Graves, because now there is a clear avenue for Grandview to play. You can see the pressure they're trying to apply.
Yeah, they can just continue to engage onto 9 Lives. Now has 0 summoner spells. Look at the damage coming out from that empowered arrow of Aaron. Has the red buff as well, so going to be able to rain in even more damage onto the Ottawa bottom lane. 9 Lives has to be very careful. Wouldn't even be surprised if they go for the dive here with Colthrow. Coda's here to respond, though, around the bottom side of the map, but 9 Lives is just so low already. The wave will be crashing in, but it looks like Colthrow has other plans.
Yeah, good respect from Colthrow as he recognizes Coda's around, just calls the play off. You can see Blonde moving down as well. He's level 6, so they should know that Realm Warp can come in here. And Will Blonde actually go for this play? You can see him hovering around Coda. Would be really risky, and now it's even worse because you don't have a Toad to help you out.
I was not expecting that to kill. I mean, Aaron has 2 kills now. He has the Dirk, the lethality, but a little bit more damage than I was expecting there. But looks like Ottawa's going to try to respond here. Here's the Realm Warp coming out from Blonde. Coda's joining the fight as well. Levi is going in with the Chakrams and going to pick up the first kill for Ottawa University. Pluto's going to go down. Meanwhile, Ultimate is already traded here in the top side. Brixton popping his. See if Prankuru gets the extra HP. He will, but will the solo kill happen? The flash forward, and Brixton gets the 1v1. 3-2.
Big time for Brixton, and it's a nice play, of course, on the bot side. Ottawa striking back in this mid-game. Will be a farm given over to Meslo. You can see him trying to dodge away. He's just fine, though. Still has Spirit Rush in his back pocket, but that is huge for Ottawa. They were kind of bleeding out on this bottom side. They get themselves a kill back, and now they have a lane to play through. We talked about this more volatile matchup. We mentioned this would be better for Brixton in the later stage of the game, and now he has earned himself a lead in solo fashion, meaning that there is a place for Ottawa to play around as they get started on this Drake as well.
Yep, it looks like it's going to be available for the taking. Coulthrow up on the top side alongside Mesla, so only the bottom lane really around this side of the map with 4 members of the Braves down at the pit. It will be this Mountain Drake secure some extra resistances, some acceleration of a potential soul win condition for them. The Ottawa Braves back in a better spot than they were just a couple of minutes ago.
Pretty nice. Still down 1k, of course. Taking this dragon means you're probably going to give up priority on this Rift Herald. And while Brixton is the stronger member currently, he's not that far ahead, and he was coming back from a base timer, so this should be taken uncontested as a trade, and Grandview can work on extending already 1k gold lead they have for themselves in any lane. And I wouldn't be surprised if it heads down to that bottom lane, so you could try to get Aaron out of bot, move him to mid, and start flexing that really strong AD carry of yours all across the map.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Grandview's composition is good. Right here on the mid game, when Aaron just about to pick up his first item, will likely be that Duskblade, unless he's going for the Prowler's Claw build, which we have seen out of some lethality marksmen in the past. I feel like for Varus, you normally see Eclipse. Still could potentially go that direction if it's just Dirk into Manamune, but at the moment, looks like it's one of the other 2 lethality items. We'll see what he ends up going for, but really already this Grandview bot laner off to a terrific start, which is not something that is too uncommon here.
Yep, super powerful bot lane for GVU, and again, just so impressed at how they played this lane. We haven't seen a lot of Varus, right, in this kind of league. It got nerfed really heavily because the build was just so free last season, but you can just see how intelligent they are about playing this lane up from the level 1. Pluto knows exactly how to play the lane, exactly when he can go in, how much damage they can do, and then just leaves the rest to Aaron. But oh boy, Prank.
To the top side we go. Ultimate's traded. Meanwhile, Grandview making a play on the other side. 9 lives once again has the summoners, but won't even be able to use it before he ends up back in the death realm. Third death of the game here for the Tom Kench, and Coda and Brixton were unable to complete the dive. Meslo coming forward with the Spirit Rush will be a rather easy kill. There it is. The mid laner getting on the board here for the Vikings.
Yeah, nice sidestep of the charm at least, but yeah, there was unfortunately nowhere for him to go, Grapes. He knew he was in trouble as soon as the pings were coming down. You saw him try to throw that Sonic Wave out, hoping a camp would be there to bail him out, and unfortunately, on Gromp was not so timely with its arrival. That's an extra kill, and now GVU have fully struck back there in full control. We mentioned this Rift Herald as well. It goes exactly where I thought it would. They take down the bottom lane turret already. They even get an extra charge. I would bet some money here we see Aaron pop up in the mid lane in 1 or 2 waves so that he can start clearing this out and moving to every play that GVU wants to make. And he's got the Prowler's Claw finished, Grapes, so he's going to be uncontested in terms of power.
Yep, first mythic item alongside Coulthro's Eclipse here for Grandview. Prowler's Claw does, I believe, have the most lethality out of any of those mythic items for the assassins, so just trying to get as much damage, as much armor penetration as he possibly can early on in this game, and he's going to need it. Brixton and Coda will be a pretty strong front line alongside 9 lives. A lot of resistances to kind of pile through. Aaron's going to have to do a lot of work here in this mid-game as the rack towards his top side. Brixton going to try to catch out Pluto here. Will be able to pick up this kill, but Aaron still left untouched. Coulthrow with the collateral damage, and the snipe from downtown will pick up kill number 4 for the Varus.
Yeah, I was going to say, I definitely appreciate the aggression from Brixton, knowing his teammates in the back pocket, but if you don't get on Aaron in these fights, that's how they're all going to end. Someone is going to die for Ottawa. You've got to get onto this Fed carry. And there's a price to pay here for the 1v1, right? You lose your jungler to just support. And again, Meslo has not rotated to anything just yet. He hasn't really had to. But he's just been cleaning up plates and extra gold for himself every time that Blonde dips into support.
It is a kill onto Brixton, so again, up to the top side. It's still where Ottawa want to lay a lot of their attention towards, and as we say that back here, Aaron's getting stunned up, but Pluto's here too for the re-engage. Coldthrow going to be landing that final kill, but Koda's emerged from the Death Realm as well. The Ignite is on alongside the Exhaust, and Aaron is finally shut down. Coldthrow going to fall as well. Ottawa are going to strike right back, picking up 2 quick kills.
Now that's a little bit more like it for Ottawa. This time they catch out the carry, right? They pincer Aaron. He doesn't really have a place to escape. Tried to use Prowler's Claw and Flash to get away, but it was not enough. And with the Fed member down, you can get the extra kills. And give some credit to Blonde. I mean, he has rotated to so many plays. He has been ahead of the game in the mid lane. And he's not even down that much in farm. So while Meslo feels strong, Blonde has just been making these plays, these rotations, and keeping himself very topped up in terms of gold and farming efficiency. He's going to be very powerful, and he's really making things happen to keep Ottawa in this game.
Something else that could keep them in this game here is this Dragon. Blonde about to, come in, doesn't have that Realm Warp, but crucial thing is now Aaron has no summoner spells. This Varus can be pretty vulnerable as well, alongside a lot of the collapse and dive potential that Ottawa have. Fight's already beginning, and it's Pluto leading the charge. But Koda's already got the Sonic Wave here on the Coulter, but onto the backside. Levi is immediately taken down by the likes of Prankuru. 2 for 0 to start off here for Grandview. They're going to try to make it 3. Brixton going to try to get this trade in onto Aaron, and they will be able to get it. But now Meslo is still alive. He's going to be on a killing spree. Blood now forced to run for the hills, but the World Ender is still on. Here's the Spirit Rush forward, and the Rise will certainly fall. Koda going to try to get some sort of miracle work, but it will not be done. An unofficial ace here for the Grandview Vikings. They're going to even up the Dragon score as well.
Just a huge team fight for GVU, and you can just see the talent, the team fighting, the coordination oozing through them in this one. As I think everyone, yeah, you can see they actually walked away from the Dragon there. So a little unfortunate. I think they should still be able to take it on the back end. I would hope so, because they definitely earned it after that team fight, Graves. And give some props here. Again, you could see that Ottawa wanted to pile onto Aaron, right? The really Fed member, for good reason. He actually spent most of that fight just like walking around. Like he didn't even auto, because he's just walking away from Brixton's stun. That's like all he was doing, just letting Pluto try to peel him a la the questionnaire. But while all this is happening and they're trying to dive on Aaron, well, Prank and his Meslo are just destroying the backline on their own. And once those members are down, once the Aphelios is gone, Aaron survives for so long. It's just an easy collapse for the rest of Ottawa, and they clean the kills off the map. And now hopefully they'll be able to get their Infernal Drake as a prize.
Yeah, I think the Death Timers are not super long, but I think it's enough. They'll probably be able to pick that one up, and with that Infernal, add some extra damage over to them. But talking about that setup again, DJ, I think that was kind of the way that Grandview took that fight, picking the fight on their own terms, allowing Aaron to kind of serve as bait without those summoner spells, and letting Prankuru and Meslo do the majority of the work throughout that fight. I think we praised Ottawa a lot yesterday, just with how they were able to set up some of their fights and get advantageous situations for themselves. But we haven't really had to see that from Grandview, because they've been dominating all the games that they've been playing. But they're showing here that they're able to pick the right fights at the right times, get in the correct positions to capitalize on some of the overextensions maybe that their opponents are able to make, and it will lead to them getting about a 5K gold lead at this 15-minute mark.
Yeah, again, just like you said, I think really good preparation and decision making, and it really, a lot of it's coming from Pluto. I mean, he's gotten caught up maybe that one time on top side, but it was still in a trade. But otherwise, like every hook this man has thrown has landed, and every hook he's thrown has started something positive for GVU. So it's that big brain once again, at the heart of some of the playmaking from them. Him and Coldthrow really are the go buttons, and he has picked pretty much every good fight you could to start this game number one. It's exactly why he loves this Nautilus, exactly how he loves the Karma. He's got all of the agency in his hands, and you can see it flowing out on the Rift for GVU as they continue to win these engages, these fights, and pick up extra gold on the backside of most of the skirmishes. We really just have that one positive play, I would say, for Ottawa in the top side on the last Realm Warp that took Aaron down. Otherwise, it has been GVU winning out on pretty much every exchange.
And it seems like the trajectory of this game would be them continuing to do so. I mean, they have a lot of scaling, a lot of great team fighting with the Rise, with the Aatrox. Of course, Aaron might fall off a little bit, but still is able to burst down some of these squishies, be a very, very potent poke factor come some of these sieges in the later stages of the game. Ottawa are going to have to try to make a move quick. They have the agency, they have the playmaking and the engage to find some of these picks. That's how I think we saw them, get back onto the board yesterday with a lot of the agency that they were able to have. But I think for Grandview right now, they're in a very solid position to take game one, trying to do a little bit more of the same of what we've been seeing from them time and time again.
Yeah, there is a cap to the composition for GVU. They'll have team fighting tools throughout, right, with the agency that champions like Aatrox and Ari do have in the hands of Meslo and Prankuru. But mid game's definitely where this composition thrives with the lethality Varus build, and they are so primed right now with that 5k lead to just blow this game open, especially once the Baron does come up. I do think the later game team fights at the very late stages of the game can favor Ottawa. Of course, you'll have Brixton in a side lane who could be a match, but there's a lot of work to do to get there, Grapes. It's a tall task already, and it's not going to be made any easier in the coming minutes when GVU should be hitting their power spikes. And again, you can see the confidence, you can see the decisiveness in their calls. They know they can win these fights right now. They know that they are fully online with a couple of their one-item power spikes and where they are in the game right now.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll be able to get back onto the Rift and finish that off. I believe we just still have a couple of connectivity issues on the Grandview side. Hopefully we'll be able to get that resolved as soon as possible. But meanwhile, just in the pause right now, if you guys are just joining in, that's kind of why we're just sitting here. The game isn't over just yet. We just kind of started off the day here in this best of 5. And Grandview looking as dominant as they have been throughout the entire day. We're going to take a short break while we try to resolve some of these issues. We'll be back as soon as possible with the game resuming shortly. It wasn't too long of a break. Hope you didn't miss us too much, everybody. Back here for game number 1 between Grandview and Ottawa. Oh no, did they not take the dragon, DJ?
No, that's a little unlucky.
Oh.
Yeah, and they're gonna lose it on tempo, I think, Grapes as well. So that is pretty unfortunate. This definitely should have been a GVU dragon, but I think they will still be confident they can close the game out without this. And it seems, I would imagine they've also talked in chat to Ottawa about this, and it seems they'll probably be okay with letting them take this one on tempo, getting their second Drake. It is a big boon for Ottawa, so a little bit of connectivity from the gods here going to come down and send Ottawa a bit of a reprieve after that team fight.
Yeah, 6th man of the game is OU Internet coming through here in Wichita. It'll be okay here for Grandview. I don't think they'll be too upset about this. What this does do is delay the game a little bit for Ottawa. With this second dragon take up, Grandview isn't going to be able to push for a soul too early on in the game, and maybe Ottawa is actually the one that has the potential to pick it up. It will be that Ocean Soul. A lot of these champions do really benefit from having a lot of extra sustainability on the Brave side, and with that pressure that they got with the tempo off of some of those plays, they're going to be able to get a tower on the bottom side as well. It will be traded though up top, as Meslo going to get some extra gold, and with the Rift Herald about to go down as well, will almost be that base, the outer ring of objectives breaking open for the Braves, but they'll have this final structure for just a little bit longer.
second Rift Herald used nearly right away, Grapes, and it will make this very weak. With Aaron, again, still extremely strong. I don't expect this will stand for much longer. He can try to match as best they can, sending 3 members, but they're losing something somewhere. Top laners split out on opposite sides of the Rift as well, but again, this mid lane turret should not be long for the world. A couple more waves of clearance, and they should find the autos to take it down, start to really open up this map. They just need that mid lane first turret, and I believe is the bot lane. No, they already have the bot lane, so that would open up the whole gambit of the first line of turrets.
It won't take too much longer. I think they have the siege potential here. The poke coming out from Aaron is just absolutely disgusting at this point. Working towards that mana immune, about halfway through to a completed tier. Getting there. We're getting there. And this is kind of part of what, makes this Varus maybe a little bit more potent come the later stages of the game. The mana immune does scale a little bit better than some of the other lethality items. Aaron is still going to be poking, still going to be doing a whole lot of damage in the later stages of the game, especially towards some of these squishier members on the Ottawa side.
Gonna need some armor. You can see a lot of tabbies already in the back pocket. Blonde going for the Merc Treads, which has been rising in popularity. Almost every mid laner is now going those Merc Treads, a little bit of extra match resist, and get rid of some of that setup. Definitely makes sense against Meslo, who will likely be matching up against in the side lane later on. But everybody else, yeah, they got to worry about those arrows flying left, right, and center around their heads. Grapes.
I mean, let's not. We're talking about Aaron a lot. Let's not ignore some of the other factors here that Grandview is, going to be able to utilize in some of these next situations here. Of course, Meslo sitting at 402 has a lot of gold in his inventory as well. Nearly has that Void Staff completed. And of course, we saw how important Prankuru was towards the engage and towards being that frontliner that could do a whole lot of damage on this Aatrox. We'll likely be doing a lot of the same here as we continue to progress throughout this first game of the series. Siege happening again into the mid lane. Almost certainly this mid outer will fall, finally breaking open this base a little bit more here for the Grandview side. Dragon spawning in about a minute and 40 seconds here, so another situation for a fight to erupt, or if you're Ottawa, wouldn't be too upset with just giving this one away either.
Yeah, and they might have to because the mana immune has just been completed for Aaron. That is a huge power spike. He doesn't have it upgraded just yet, but they are still ahead in itemization. And remember that this is a mid-game skirmishing comp for Grandview. They will love fights like this around the third Drake at 1.5, 2 items. It's really where they should thrive. So it will be a tricky scenario for Ottawa, and they'll need to really out-team fight. Coda, okay, he's not.
He didn't see.
Yeah, unlucky.
We'll say, though, if they do try to fight, it will be an explosive one, to say the least. All 20 summoner spells available here right now. We'll definitely have a lot of power here. Of course, the teleport's not necessarily combat potential, but all the flashes are up, all the heals, the exhausts, the ignites, they're all on the table. It will be an explosive fight if it ends up coming through, and it also means that potential for some of these picks before the Dragon will be a little bit harder to execute for either of these teams. I think if Ottawa want to contest, it's going to have to be in that straight 5v5.
Straight 5v5 sounds tough. Grapes. The team fighting again right now just a lot stronger for Grandview. Brixton really at a point in which he wants to be team fighting, I would say, on one item. So I'm looking for them to try to get a pick. I think a 5v5 will be very, very tricky for them to navigate. And you can see they have really no avenue into this Drake pit right now. They don't look very interested. Blonde still at the side lane, and they will call to give this one up. I think recognizing that going for a fight here could just mean sudden death in game one.
And that's kind of the benefit of getting that second Drake there on the last takeaway off of that last fight. Ottawa still, can afford a little bit more to allow these objectives to go down here. There's no real threat of a soul coming down to the next 15 minutes or so. And if you could get to that 35-minute mark as this Ottawa composition, definitely won't be too upset about that.
Nope, you like the gold going into Blonde's pocket. That's where they've moved him up to this top side. A little bit ahead of Meslo in terms of CS, but not too much. And again, they just need gold in their back pockets. Grapes, they need power in the side lanes. They can get Brixton and Blonde out here. Prank can definitely answer one of them, can hold them back. It's a little bit trickier for Meslo to do so. So these side lanes are where they will thrive. Once 2+ items come through, we're still quite a ways away from that. Winter getting close to tiers completed, and he'll actually, as I say that, lock that one down for Blonde. That's a pretty big upgrade for him. He can start being a threat in the side lanes, but again, this is the strongest point of the game for Grandview. As soon as that Muramana is there, and I think it either is or is just about to kick over for Aaron. Yeah, 285 right now. So a couple more abilities hit, and he will be at a fearsome point. Same can be said for Meslo, who already has 2 items in his back pocket as well. Grandview at their strongest points of the game, right as the Baron is spawning Grapes, meaning that will be the big target if a big fight erupts.
And we're already seeing a lot of attention given towards the top side here for the Vikings. Getting some extra vision. Of course, that scuttle taken down. So it looks like Ottawa will kind of have a general sense of what's happening around the area. But if they are able to engage, will certainly be to Grandview's favor. Look at they also have 2 stopwatches here on Aaron and Pluto. So some extra survivability. This is really their strongest point, as you've been saying.
That's why we saw that last skirmish did not want to be taken by Ottawa Braves. And again, I can understand the trepidation. They have been trying to put Brixton and Blonde in the side lanes. Fortunately, again, there's really no objective up. And they can wait around for Dragon Soul next dragon in 3 minutes. They don't even really need to worry about that one unless they think they need the Drakes to win the game, which I do not think is necessarily the case. Again, much more important right now is the Baron. That's what Grandview really wants with this composition, to open up the map, to help them take down that line of tier 2 turrets and really give themselves full control over the rift. So like the patience that we're seeing from Ottawa, that's why we largely see this kind of respite without any fighting. Everyone's just gearing up. Grapes, they're getting ready to the point at which Baron can be actually really interacted with. I think still a little bit too light on items and damage to threaten taking that down.
Yeah, and Ottawa has been maintaining this gold deficit at about 5 or 6K for the past few minutes, so it's not like they're bleeding out necessarily like we saw out of a team like Ohio Northern last time they tried to play a little bit safer against Grandview. So they're still able to get the resources that they want. Have to be careful here around this jungle though. Grandview really have still the ability to get vision if they're positioned correctly in any way that they want. This top side completely belongs to the Vikings at the moment. See that they literally will know any time Ottawa steps into the area.
Of vision around that Baron, as you mentioned, Grapes. Not sure how much it's going to do for them now. Again, remember, with the lethality AD carry, that's part of the reason it's not really accessible yet. The Baron is about to tick over. I think 1 or 2 more arrows will take him over to the Muramana here. 345, just needs that 360 mark. So Aaron, we had a pretty fearsome state. Already has a little bit of armor pen as well in his back pocket. We're just waiting. We're in objective waiting room right now, and Ottawa could not be happier to be in that same waiting room at the moment. Graves. Next one is a minute 30 on this Drake, but I get the feeling, and this is just going to be given over to GVU once again, and Ottawa going to keep funneling gold into their back pockets.
Yeah, and you really you want to see some of these item completions here for Ottawa before they elect to take a fight of this caliber around the Dragon. You know, there's no Locket available on 9 Lives yet, no Lord Doms on Levi, there's no Death's Dance on Coda's side either. So they're still waiting. They're still trying to, you know, make sure that they're at the stage where they can contest. So you see like 2.5 items here on Aaron, 3 technically on the side of Meslo as well. So just in terms of the pure wallet diff right now, Grandview in control, again, as we've seen time and time again. They've really been good at making sure that there's no real angle back into the game for a lot of the teams that they've been playing against. They know how to get the lead and then keep it throughout the season. And so as we go towards this Dragon, again, the setup is going to be there for the Vikings, and I don't think Ottawa want to contest just yet.
No, I don't think they're contesting at all. They are stuck on the wrong side of the map to be contesting a Drake right now. I mean, you could go for a Realm Warp play, right? We've seen Blonde have some pretty creative angles, but again, they don't need to do this. So why walk in at the moment in which Grandview is at some of their strongest points in the game when this is not a soul point or soul Drake? Let them have this one, and you just go back to getting towards your items when you can start being stronger, right? Brixton still needs a second item. We get 3 on Blonde. All of a sudden, he's really strong as well, though.
Oh, man,
there we
go. Yeah, they're going under the tower. Turret's already gone, and 9 lives as well. Teleports are going to come in. Meslo is very low, but it's not dead just yet. Coda popping the stopwatch. Prankuru coming in with the TP. Will Ottawa look to continue the fight? Answer probably going to be no. Aaron's waving the white flag. He knows that Grandview's in a beautiful spot. Taking the tower, going 1 for 0. Looking to even up the Drake count as well.
Yeah, Meslo needs to get back to base. He does have TP, and you can see Ottawa doing a good job here by threatening the mid-turret, forcing
here comes
GVU
Prank,
away,
though.
but here goes Prank. He wants in.
Brixton trying to hop away. The W is going to send him right back inside. Just going to get 1 proc at the sweet spot. Brixton still getting chunked pretty low here by Prankuru, and so I don't think Ottawa really want to contest this. Coda trying to do something, but I think he's on the wrong side of the map. Beautiful charm coming out from Meslo to seal the deal, with the teleport coming in as well. Brixton going to try to come in, picking up the shutdown onto Prankuru, so crucially evening up the kill count at least at 1-1, but it's now 2 Ocean Drakes on the side of Grandview. Gold lead still at about 6,500, and now the Vikings are making their way over to the top side of the map.
Yeah, Graveside, they're definitely debating whether to do the Baron here. 15 seconds on Coda. It looks like the call is not to do it, but that was a big potential threat as Coda trying to make a play around the Drake, trying to be sneaky. He gets caught out. That was nearly Baron. I think if Prank does not go down in the mid lane there, it definitely is Baron. So Ottawa breathing a sigh of relief as Grandview finally hits the go button around the mid tier 2 turret. They get the kills, they get the Drake in the extended play, but again, critically, the Baron does not go over to their side, so OU can live to fight another day.
And you just continue to see the inability and the lack of wanting to fight here for Ottawa. They continuously have potential for them to go in and try to engage in a 5v5, but they know that if they try to do so, they will just be outnumbered and outmatched time and time again. Grandview in a very, very good spot right now. 16 Magi stacks alongside that needlessly large rod here for Meslo, taken at level 15. Certainly the strongest player on the Rift right now. If you are Ottawa, do not want to match up against this Ahri. You might have to get a little bit spicy here in terms of your map play. They have the potential for the 1-3-1 to open up. We've seen the Braves be pretty good at moving their way around the map. It could be another tool for them in order to try to get some more money into their back pockets.
Yeah, and Graves, you mentioned tools. You mentioned trying to start fights, right? Part of the reason that Ottawa doesn't want to fight right now is, I think, as we have been harping on, they're not as strong as GVU, and they know it, right? They are trying to work to these item breakpoints, 3 items on Blonde. But secondly, engaging's hard for them. They don't have a lot of guaranteed engage tools like Pluto, right? On this Nautilus, like Meslo can dash in, throw a charm, dash out. A lot softer engage options in terms of the kick. You've got a Tom Kench engage, and we're talking about it. Here we go.
There comes Pluto in with the dredge line. Nice devour out there from the Tom Kench. Now Pluto's taken low. Take a look here at Levi. Has a lot of the chakrams and a lot of the damage. First casualty going on to the Nautilus, but here comes the collapse. The Vikings are here to play here in the Midwest Esports Conference Finals. 3 kills to 1. Baron on the table as well.
It's just so good. It's everything we have been prophesizing here, Graves, in the last couple of minutes. All of the tools come to fruition. Aaron really strong, hits a massive ultimate that roots 3 people down. They try to counter engage on top of him. Well, guess what? Man's got a stopwatch, and while he is in stasis, the rest of the team snaps the trap shut from multiple angles. Meslo 7-0-4, just deletes members off the face of the Rift. It is as clean as you like from Grandview, and the inevitable that Ottawa's trying to avoid this, Graves. They were trying so hard to get to their breakpoints, but it is really, really tricky when you are dealing with GVU. They will punish any mistake, and now they have their prize in the back pocket of the Baron to start working on this line of tier 2s and the enemy base.
And for the first time in the past, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, the gold lead finally expanding out a little bit here for Grandview. I'd like to take a look at the gold production if we are able to. It's just some of the players here, especially Meslo and Aaron, seeing how far ahead they are at the moment. But might not be able to do that as 9 lives already under fire. White flag again from Aaron, but won't be surrendering just yet. Coda coming in with the resonating strike. Pluto on the wrong side of the map will likely be falling here to the side of Blonde, but take a look at the rest of the fight here. Prankuru going in with that World Ender, doing a whole lot of damage onto the backline, but they're able to pick up another onto Aaron. Prankuru now and alongside Meslo going to try to do this fight along themselves. A double kill over to the Ahri, make it a triple, and Meslo is taking over the Rift. Blonde forced to pop the stopwatch, but it will be another kill onto the Aatrox. 4 dead on the side of the Braves, and Grandview are pushing forward strong with their solo laners.
Yeah, it's a Meslo carry here. A little bit of help from Prank this time around. I like the pull from Ottawa. They tried to punish the overextension onto 9 lives. They send the TPs, they send everything. You can see GVU wanted to back out initially before all 5 members showed up, but even as the fight goes Ottawa's way initially, as soon as Meslo shows up, it's just game over, Grapes. I mean, 10-0-5. I think he might have had full stacks on the Medjais before the fight. He certainly does now. And I don't know if we'll get a replay, but my God, did he just shred through absolutely everyone while Prankuru played bodyguard from some of the bigger abilities on Ottawa Braves. And Yeah, those two pretty much with a little bit of softening, they just clean up the fight and they open up the Ottawa Braves base.
Honestly, DJ, I mean, as a play-by-play, that was a hard fight to call. There was a lot going on both sides. You know, it looked like Ottawa had a pretty decent engage throughout. Like, they had the potential to maybe turn things around if they had a little bit more gold, but as you said, Meslo just being so insane. Let's take a look at this again. Coda going for the engage, but a nice flash out here from Coulthard.
Yeah, so you can see Pluto gets caught out, right, as he goes for the secondary engage, and it's looking good, right? Right now it's a 5v2. Now Prank arrives, still a 5v3, but look at Meslo. Look at that engage from Meslo. 3 people are piling onto Aaron, and he hits all of them with the W, with the orb, with the ultimate, and they just melt Grapes. They absolutely disappear from that point on. It's just cleanup with the dash resets. It's so well played from Meslo, and he is the big reason at this point why they are headed into the base. 9 lives is dead as well. Yeah. That means more structure destruction. It's looking like this could just be the end.
Yeah, make it another person dead here. Coda going to be falling here to that chain of corruption. Last ditch effort here for the Braves. Nice moonlight vision. Oh my god! Levi, you absolute madman, picking up the triple kill. Here comes the round more forward. Aaron is going to try to get one back. What the hell just happened? A quadra kill onto the Aphelios.
250, 299. How many iterations of 200 years do you want here, Grapes? It's literally just one ability. This game is over. Like this game is over. Right? Already dead. 2 members, 9 lives, barely alive. It's just Infernal. Look at the health bars right now. Look at them. And now look at them. It's just Infernum. That is insane damage, and it is Levi saving the game for the Ottawa Braves.
What? The game is still going. We're still in the rift. DJ, what? Oh my god!
I don't know what else to say about 200 a year. Like, I don't even know if you call it an outplay. He just pressed R. He just it was basically just a Vigar ult on the entire team. I mean, I know the outplay is that they're all grouped up, right? So the Infernal ult does extra damage as it hits extra members. But that's all he did. He just pressed R, and they all died.
I have no words. That was one of the most insane things I have ever seen in my, 2 years of commentating League of Legends. Somehow we're still in this game, DJ, and honestly, if you're Ottawa, this is the point where the breakpoints are starting to come through. 3.5 items now on Levi, who picked up a whole lot of gold in that fight. Blonde trying to go for that Frozen Heart as well, but Grandview still in control here. 2 inhibitors down. They're going to try to make it 3. Top lane, the only bastion of hope left for the Braves.
Yeah, while that play did save the game, they are still 7k gold down, Grapes, and yes, they have a couple item breakpoints, but they have a lot of work to do and only 1 remaining lane with which to defend.
I will say, it is harder for Grandview to go for a flank in onto Levi with them in their base already. Nice stopwatch out from 9 left to keep himself alive after the Chain of Corruption was thrown out. Siege will continue. Baron spawning in 30 seconds. Grandview is continuing to push the pressure. Take a look at Brixton. He's going to get spotted on that control ward, so no chance at a flank just yet. Could see a play coming out from Blonde, but now Brixton is in a bit of trouble, forced to leap away. Levi chunked out by the arrow as well. Again, this inhibitor tower is just a couple of autos from going down. Ottawa, we're going to have to play their hand very, very soon.
And Grandview's just sticking around because they got supers flowing into the base right now. Mid lane being answered by Brixton, but nobody there to answer the bottom lane. So as soon as this wave arrives in top, GVU could just use all 5 bodies to brute force this turret down. Ottawa is spread too thin, and they are likely going to get triple inhib. Oh boy, good flash away from 9 lives again. Keeping things connected, but this is why we were saying they still have so much work to do, Ottawa, particularly now with all 3 inhibs down and a Baron up means they're almost certainly going to have to seed that as well. We will need more heroics for Ottawa to stay in this game.
Triple inhibitors, second Baron buff into the hands of Grandview University. We're cresting the 35-minute mark. Man, DJ, remember this is best of 5? We could get 4 more games of this after this. I hope we do. But right now, looks like Grandview are going to pick up this objective. I think the crucial thing at this point here for Ottawa is making sure Levi has the right guns. We saw that fight was won off of having the red and blue, which do a whole lot of AoE, a whole lot of healing throughout, onto everybody there. on that last siege, we saw him have white-purple, which is not as much high DPS, especially from a lot long of a range. So Levi's going to have to get the right setup here and be able to stay alive throughout these fights if Otto want to have a chance. Picking up that Maw of Malmortius for a little bit of extra survivability against Meslo. But now we have finally reached the point. Dragon Soul on the table for Grandview, finally making it to the point where this is their win condition. They're pushing straight down mid. Inhibitors are respawning. Ottawa going to have to make a move soon.
I'm with Grandview here. I don't think you need to go prep for this Drake. You should take this inhib. If they want to take the Drake, you can take their base, right? That's a perfectly fine trade for you. And it's going to be Ottawa spending everything they have to try to keep their last inhib alive.
Oh, no. Brixton is dead into the side lane. Now immediately a 4v5. Levi has white-purple. What can he do? Already throwing out the ulti, but it's not nearly enough damage just yet. Here comes the Chakrams. Rooted up is the Aphelios, and down he will go. 9 lives fallen as well, and Grandview strike right back. It was just a fluke at the base last time. The double kill for Cold Throw. The ace secured, and Grandview University strike first in the MEC Finals.
Yeah, might have drawn a bead of sweat or two onto a couple of the foreheads of GVU after that massive Infernum ultimate Grapes, but it's not enough. They had a massive gold lead. They had played that game out so systematically, and they do not panic. They recognize the win condition. They head up, take the third inhib, get the Baron, and that is all they need. No second time for that Aphelios, for Levi to be the hero. GVU, in expected fashion, I would say, outside of that one very, very pog moment, looking very good in game number 1.
Oh man, my heart is still pumping after that game. I mean, it was what a play coming out from Levi there. I mean, it was not enough to secure the win, of course. So the guns, the colors of the guns were not necessarily there to do a lot of the DPS. You had to be much closer in terms of range in order to do a lot of the damage. Ended up getting collapsed on with a nice charm from Meslo, taking him down there. But oh man, what a game. I mean, we're here at the LAN as well. Hopefully, I hope that got a couple of oohs and ahs from the crowds as well. But it is still Grandview taking that win, looking poised to continue a lot of their success throughout the series, DJ. And as we take a short break before heading into Game 2, I want to thank some of our sponsors here at the Midwest Esports Conference alongside Unified. Thank you once again. It would not be possible to have this event, have all of you awesome people out there in Kansas without them. Atlantic, Tapalti, Gangster, and of course our good friends at Skulls. If you're looking to upgrade your gamer gear, look no further. Start your 2022 off right with official Unified Esports merchandise brought to you by Skulls. Hoodies, joggers, jerseys, armbands, and a lot more coming soon. You have the skill, now get the swag. Skulls.com/collection/unified has everything that you need. Gear up game on Skulls. You also have a booth there towards the entrance of the convention center if you're looking to grab a little bit of gear for yourself, so make sure to check that one out. DJ, I'm going to need a break. I need to sit down, get a couple of deep breaths in before we head into Game 2, so we're going to take a couple minutes. We'll be right back for the draft.
show last night.
Hello, everybody. We are back. Game number 2 of the Midwest Esports Conference Finals about to get underway. Grapes and DJ here. Once again, we're back. I've regained my composure a little bit. It was a crazy game 1. Hopefully we see some more of that. I think this is going to be a little bit more of a competitive series than each of us bargained for, DJ.
Yeah, I think it could be, right? I think a lot of things will come down to draft. It did feel like GVU got a little bit too much of what they wanted in that draft, right? Even though Aaron got, pinched all the way down, it didn't really matter. The rest of the draft just unfolded so well for them. You could see they were super confident in their power spikes. They knew exactly when and how to fight it. Don't forget, they could have had a soul way earlier in that game as well, Grace. They kind of got inted by internet connectivity at one point on a dragon that they should have taken. So GVU, I think, will feel very comfortable after game 1. I think we need to see a little bit of a shift up in draft number 2 so that Ottawa has more tools in the early stages to fight back, because I think you kind of highlighted it when we were talking about the game. By the time that they were finding some of these clever plays, some of these good realm works from from Blonde, and a couple of these nice engages or counter punches that they were throwing, they were just so far behind that even the good ones were turned around. In particular, I think the best one is right after the Baron, right, where they catch out multiple members. GVU doesn't feel like they're quite ready, but Meslo's 10-0-5 with a fully stacked Medjai's, and he rolls in and just kills everyone. So I do think we saw good things from Ottawa. We just need a little more in the early game to make sure that when they are pulling the trigger, they have the power to do so and aren't just going to be beaten over the heads by the wallets that GVU's already built up.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of what we saw yesterday here from this Ottawa composition. The way that they were playing a lot of the late game setups, it looked really good for them, and they were able to find the fights that they needed to close out. We saw some of that here. They were able to find those plays. It's just the early game from Grandview was just a little bit too potent, even with cold throw on something like the Graves, which doesn't have a whole lot of early game agency compared to Koda's Lee Sin. So hopefully we see some better playmaking coming out for them in the first few minutes of the game, so when we get to those later stages, they're in a better position to capitalize.
Yeah, and so I think, we think about the tools that they can draft for themselves. We saw that Brixton got banned up pretty heavily, right? So he did go for a later game option. We could see something more early game from topside. I also think while the 9 Lives Tom Kench does do a lot of good work, right? One thing that we highlighted very clearly in kind of the early to mid game is there really weren't a lot of tools to make those plays, right? We had Coda and Blonde in the mid jungle 2v2, but those are kind of champions that require setup and communication, right? You need to kind of like flash in for if you're Blonde and lock them down, or get a kick in from Meslo, or excuse me, from Coda. And those are not the most guaranteed engaged tools, right? When your other follow-up is like Tom Kench W, that's a secondary engaged tool. It's not primary. So we may need to see 9Lives go on to something more like that, or the mid jungle draft something with a little more hard engage, because otherwise, right, the tools just won't be there to disrupt GVU in the early game, which will be interesting for 9Lives, given that he does have the highest variety of champions in the league thus far, but we know he likes enchanters particularly. That's not exactly hard engage like we've been seeing someone like Pluto play.
Yeah, and even when you look at the champions that 9Lives has been playing that aren't necessarily the enchanters or the range supports, a lot of them are still more of the supportive champions. Of course, the Tom Kench, one of those melee supports. Also, things like the Thresh or the Braum coming through. So, you know, things are looking a little bit interesting here for Ottawa as we head into the draft board. Game 2 sides are remaining the same, so it looks like Ottawa want to retain this last pick priority, getting some sort of counter pick. I will say that the composition for Ottawa works well if you're more ahead because of the flanks that you're able to, you know, maybe develop with some of the deeper vision that you can get if you do have that sort of lead. But as you said, DJ, the pure engage isn't there unless it's coming out from a flank from Brixton or Blonde in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw some of that yesterday, right, in the PNW series where they were able to find these flanks. Brixton, of course, having an excellent series on the set. But as we've seen in draft number 1, he's not going to get his hands on that, right? There's really no reason on blue side, again, for GVU to vary it. Also, I would expect Senna, Warwick, you know, Set are the bans coming through. Make sure that they get Brixton onto something he's not as comfortable with or doesn't quite have those early game tools that really set Ottawa on a good path yesterday. So I'm definitely expecting to see a slight change from Ottawa this time around on the red side, and we'll see what those adjustments are. I know we've called for a couple of things, but they'll know the strategy. They'll have been working on this in the back room, and we'll have to see what they can pull out. Because like you were saying, gameplay-wise, we've seen them make good plays and hang with this GVU side, right, at certain points in the game. We just need those tools to make sure that it's a fair fight, right, when those critical fights do arrive.
Yeah, and if you are Grandview, I mean, you're not, even though the game lasted 36 minutes, you're not really looking, I think, for that much adaptation in the way that the draft went for you. I think in terms of the early game, mid game, you were put in a really great position. The only reason that the game didn't feel as one-sided as it seemed like it was going was because of a miracle play by Levi in onto the base. He had the perfect gun setup, had the perfect ultimate setup, and that led to that wipe eventually. But I think if you are GVU, you're perfectly happy with that situation happening. You know, you're in the position to still close at the game, even after giving up something as big as that was.
They
so,
drop a ban.
you know, it looks like, you know, the same bans are going to come through. It looks like a ban was missed on the Ottawa side, so a bit of a concern here.
They did it on purpose,
themselves.
I think.
That's what
Okay,
production is telling us.
Well, typically when you do drop a ban like this, right, it could be an accident, but it often does mean that there's just something else you want to be left open, so you can opt into a trade on red side or something like that. I can't remember what we actually banned there in game number 2 or game number 1. Grapes, help me out if you can remind me. That the Karma is another expected ban away from Pluto. We do have that draft wall, so it was Camille. Interesting. You're going to leave Camille up. Rises up again, and this time it's being covered by GVU. Will they take this one away from Blonde? We already mentioned Meslick can play this. He's done it 5 times this year. 8 seconds to decide whether they're going to lock this in. Okay. Oh, no. They're going to first pick Old Man Coldthrow's specialty. Sorry, Coulter. I know I'm digging into that one, but it's the narrative's just too easy. Don't worry. I know you're young in vitality and spirit and everything. I got you.
There's other ways to phrase it. You know, experienced, veteran.
It's the funniest way.
Weathered.
To phrase it. I'm sorry. You know the review players are getting a kick when I say it. That's the best.
I mean, the thing is, I'm the young person here in this production room. So I mean, I shouldn't be the one that's getting offended here. But either way, on the other side, it is a interesting draft 1-2 here for Ottawa. They're going for deviations on both sides here, DJ. This is a Hecarim Zillion for the Braves. Coda is going to be one fast boy.
Yeah, we wanted changes here, Graves, and oh boy, did we get them. Right there is the engage that we wanted in kind of the earlier stages, level 6 and on. Onslaught of Shadows, a super powerful engage tool. We still get 9Lives on one of his kind of like style of champions with the Zillion. So I really like this look from Ottawa. They are going to go to the misfortune that we did not quite see last game. So definitely big changes. Definitely early game, early laning now against what's probably a poke Xayah. We've got tools for fighting. Ottawa is answering every question I had and more with these first 3 picks, Grapes, and we're going to see a very different game of League of Legends here in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, late game was good for Ottawa in game number 1, but I mean, I think it might be even stronger here in game number 2. A lot of heavy AoE, heavy team fighting capabilities, and of course, 9 lives on the Zilean. One of the best scaling late game champions that you could play down in the support position. They'll be locked in for themselves down in the bottom lane. We're seeing a similar composition on the Grandview side that we did yesterday against Ohio Northern in their first matchup. You have Aaron and Pluto on this Xayah Nautilus that was so aggressive, so potent throughout the first early game stages, really allowing Reaper and Tango to do absolutely nothing throughout that early game. And so we'll see how much they can punish Levi and 9 lives, who I believe are a bit of a stronger 2v2 bot lane duo alongside, you know, Levi being on this Misfortune. We see Misfortune a couple times from the Pona earlier on in the season, have not seen it on anybody else here in the conference just yet, so we'll see how it does here.
Hands coming in, the Yuumi actually taken away, so
okay.
GVU not convinced that this is a support Zilean. They're thinking this might be Blonde bringing this one out, which would surprise me, right? We know Blonde has a really wide champion pool. Has he played this before this season? I would imagine not. And wow, GVU's right. It's Renata locked into the bot lane. What a draft we have going on here, Graves. We get such a turnaround from game number 1. Now a dominant bot lane into Nautilus. Okay, this is not a real thing. They're not picking Rakan here.
Nautilus top was a thing back in season 7. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Nautilus
I would be very surprised.
Doinby?
Nautilus mid, Doinby style? No. That's the thing. You don't talk about hovers. Oh, okay. We talk about the lock-ins, though. Meslo Riven locked in, baby. Let's go.
Oh my god, what is happening in this draft? Graves, what game are we playing? Like, what turn did we make that we went from game 1 to this? We get a Kennen versus Jace in the top lane. Like, this is like, I'm dizzy from where this draft has gone compared to game 1. What?
I have a lot of things to say. We have some time, so we're gonna go through them one by one. But wow, what a draft setup here for game number 2. These guys aren't messing around. They had the game plan set up here. Okay, let's take a look here. Blonde on the Zilean. His first time on this champion. We've seen 9 lives play it twice now. It will be Blonde on the Zilean for the first time this season. 9 lives now, 17 unique champions on the Renata Glass pickup. Meslo on the Riven. His signature solo queue pickup, I think, is going to do really good into this Zilean. Can really be able to punish that heavily. And it's also a Jace here for Brixton, so another strong side potentially carry here for the Ottawa top laner. There's a lot of things to look at, DJ. What do you see the most out of this draft?
So the big thing that I see in this Ottawa draft, and I'm glad we've seen so much on him from social media. Of course, Cito got engaged earlier on in the season. This game for Ottawa is all about one man and one man only, and that man's name is Coda. He has the Hecarim, he has the carry potential on this champion, and he's going to want to build damage, because what he has for himself should be potentially 3 pushing lanes depending on how mid lane goes, right? Jace versus Kennen can kind of go either way, but it should, in good hands, be a little Jace favor depending on timer. Double range in bot lane should give you push with this Renata pickup. And so this game is all about you getting the speed up, getting the freedom to clear, get to level 6, and then kill the enemy champions. And GVU have tried to respond to that by getting some fight back in the top lane, prank on the Kennen to try to match the rage, Meslo getting a kill champion in mid lane to try to force himself upon this Zilean, because what we're looking at in late game fights is, of course, Zilean kind of just uber wins team fights in the late game. Clever from GVU, actually, looking back on this, to ban the Yuumi away, because that's the god late game comp if you have Zilean, Yuumi, Hecarim. So very, very clever from them to take that one away and give themselves a chance in any sort of late game fights. But when you got Meslo on his Riven, it's going to be about him looking for kills. It's going to be about him looking to get strong, and everyone else should be looking to help him out. But I am so thrilled with where this draft has gone. Just, again, the biggest 180 I have ever seen, and clearly something that Ottawa had prepared in their back pockets, I would imagine, with how different this is from game 1.
What I will say as we load onto the Rift is that we were talking about, Ottawa trying to have some sort of early game presence in game 2 to make sure that they don't fall as behind as they did in the previous loss.
Oh boy.
This is not really what that is at this point.
Come on.
Hold on. We can talk about the game prep a little bit later.
They're
We
all
got
gonna
5
run
stack
into
from
each
both
other,
of these
Graves.
teams. Oh no. Okay, here we go. Deep breaths. What's going to happen? Pluto has the
Let's see,
priority
here we
with the
go.
hook. They're going to find each other. Here we go. Hook land, and then immediately on Dakota into the skies coming through as well. First blood going over to Grandview, but the health bars are low. Meslo forced to flash away. 9 Lives looking to continue the chase. Brixie going to flash forward as well. Another kill going in onto the MF. 1 for 1, all things considered. We are off to this series, starting off game 2 with a bang.
6 wards in the bottom brushes there. Grapes, 2 members are dead. We'll see the replay. Of course, all 5 of them just going to run headlong in every ability, the AoE, everything. Its first burning down is Coda. The first blood, unfortunately, does go over to Pluto. Not where he exactly wanted the gold. And then Levi is the one who will get the gold on the follow-up. So at least all the gold concentrated in the bottom lane. Let's, of course, look at the summoners expended. Meslo will be flashless to start this game in mid lane, which does make him a potential target. Levi burned flash and heal in bottom lane to only Aaron's heal. So a lot of summoners are down, a lot of potential targets. And what, dude, I mean, we should have seen this coming from Draft Graves, because again, this is such a 180 from game number 1, and already blood spilling out onto the Rift in the opening minute.
Oh man, what a way to start this series off. Start this game off. I mean, the first game of the series also pretty great if I do say so myself. But even game state right now, it's not one of those like no team Radiance situations where the game is just immediately decided upon one of those 5v5s down at level 1. It's still pretty close. It's just now we got to take a look at where the gold is funneled into. Levi, without those summoners, has to be very careful dodging away from that hook. But he now has an extra potion. He has the dagger as well. So things are looking good for him, adding some extra attack speed on himself. I will say, though, that the flash down on Meslo is pretty big. Blonde will be able to survive a little bit easier to come to these level 2, but now kind of take a look. Pluto getting the dredge line in onto the wall. 9 Lives able to dodge away.
Great sidestep there from 9 Lives. Again, very different from game 2, where all those hooks were landing in the early laning phase for Pluto, giving them full advantage this time around. Quick on the trigger here for the Ottawa bottom lane. They are coming to play in this game too, Graves. Oh, here we go.
Oh, flash. Not available for Meslo. Might not matter, though. Double Bomb going to connect, so Meslo going to get slowed up a little bit. Here come the autos, though. Blonde? Blonde! No way! No way. One more auto. Meslo surely has a shield here. He's going to flash forward again. That's the turnaround that we know and love. Meslo Riven getting a solo kill in the 1v1.
And that's flashless, Grapes. That is without flash. The abilities come back up. Blonde is going to be... That feels bad. He played that about as well as he could. Hold on here. More action in the bottom lane.
Pluto again, not landing that dredge line in onto 9 Lives, but he's going to flash forward. Here comes Cold Throw as well. 9 Lives again going to use that summoner spell to get away, but Levi is not so lucky without that summoner spell. Going to try to get a trade back onto Aaron, but will not be able to. The burn is ticking the red buff with the potions. 9 Lives barely able to survive. 2 straight kills here for Grandview and mid bot lane.
Yeah, pop your pots, kids. That's a good lesson, but also good lesson. Being flashless in bottom lane early on in the game is rough. That is basically the cost of Levi's flash and heal at level 1 in the bush. Super easy for that gank to come through as the wave pushes out. Cold Throw, popping the ghost just to ensure it. Unfortunately, gold does not go on Aaron. It is Cold Throw that picks it up, but it's another positive play in GVU, showing their prowess once again in lane, going lane by lane to get these kills.
Coda now up to the top side. Taking a decent amount of damage to Prank Karuk, has the Mark of the Storm to land the stun. Coda now forced to run away here. Devastating Charge will not connect. Prank Karuk still able to stay alive here. Again, doesn't have that flash either. Neither does Brixton. But the push is going in favor of the Kennen at the moment. Brixton ahead a little bit in CS, but I think for now, lane is going pretty even on both sides. But right now, the game is in Grandview's favor.
Not too big of a gold lead, but again, mentioning the laning prowess of Grandview really paying dividends. And so far, Coda not getting to level 6 means doesn't really have the engage going. And the lane's not maybe going the way that he was hoping either with these pushing lanes that they did draft for. You can see a little bit of help coming through from Cold Throw to get this one out of the frozen position. Will allow Prank to head back to base as well. Good work from Grandview and their jungler. He has made 2 important plays to kind of preempt some of the game plan in the early phases from Ottawa Braves, giving them the early gold lead and maybe making this level 6 when Coda does come online a little bit harder for Ottawa to navigate.
Now my eyes are in a lot of different places here this game, DJ. Of course, Meslo Riven, got the Zillion, Renata bot lane alongside of the MF. I, though, want to focus our attention a little bit towards this top side. Brixton on the Jace is ahead a decent amount of farm at the moment. And also, you know, is in a matchup that he's not really comfortable on traditionally. Hold that thought, though. Gank in the mid lane. Meslo again without those summoner spells. There comes the stun. Coda gets the job done. Back onto the board go the Braves.
Really, really nicely done by Ottawa, and that is still pre-6 for Coda. Just a great gank with the Ghost, and again, well played, well set up by Blonde. I was mentioning before the bot lane play that he was a little unfortunate to not get the kill onto Meslo in the first place. I think he was one auto away if he was kind of lucky with the burn there, and just barely got it turned around. This time, he's got some help. He gets good setup again, and they do finally get the kill back in.
Definitely nice to see Blonde respond a little bit here. If you're the Zillion, getting any sort of kills is just some icing on top of the cake. You're really just trying to survive, stay even-ish in XP and farm until you get to some of these later stage points where you become much stronger in the later game. Aaron and Pluto still doing pretty good in this bottom lane, maintaining a pretty even CS lead. They're going to go for another aggressive play, but Coda's here to punish here. Devastating charge will not land just yet. It's going to just knock Aaron forward, but here comes the collapse from Grandview. There's now 4 members down in the bottom lane. Coda's going to be the first to fall. There comes the flash from Meslo. The revive is on to Coda, but not for much longer. Double kill onto the Riven.
Yep, W not going to do enough for the Renata Glask there as the collapse comes through. This is why this man is so good at Riven. You can see him. He's hovering right now, making this play a little bit tricky for Coda. They think they have the lockdown on the Pluto, but he plays it very well. And again, Aaron has been great with these blade callers. Grapes, I mean, again, for like the 3rd time in 2 days, he roots up the engaging member. That guarantees the follow through from Meslo, who has the roam timer, and he, of course, not going to make a mistake on his favorite champion here. Lands the double combo and the wind slash to take those members down.
The Big Dragon as well here for Grandview. Of course, Ottawa was the one who got the party going early around the pit in the last game. This time, Grandview going to be a little bit more accelerated, having the gold lead as well as the Drake advantage. And they're looking very, very good so far in this game, as we saw in game number 1. Of course, the scaling from Ottawa still is immense. If we can keep these carries in a relatively even state, keep the gold lead not too far away from themselves, it can be the position for Ottawa to come back, even this series up. But for now, Grandview in complete control.
About a 1K gold lead once again in these early phases. Brixton doing a nice job on this Jace to hold the CS lead, but I think Prank will be feeling just fine. You can be down CS, of course, against Jace. That's pretty standard, even in a range versus range matchup. You see why there. Also, the accelerated shock blast lands, and what this means for GVU, again, they have done very nicely in the early game to fight off some of these pushing lanes that Ottawa tried to draft for themselves. They got kills and gold in important places. Meslo has 3 of them, by the way, but there is still a troublesome mid game to navigate, right? The ults are now online for this combo, this mid jungle duo, Coda and Blonde. Meaning Coda, what we've kind of talked about in the draft, where he's got a lot of the tools to make plays, has a Sheen in his back pocket. He's got all the support he needs to try to find some of these ganks with Onslaught of Shadows and try to get this gold lead back in Ottawa's favor. Yeah,
good that you mentioned the itemization choices for Coda as well. It's not going to be that, you know, tanky, engagey, chem tank Hecarim build that we've seen a little bit. It's going to be full damage, I believe. It's going to be either Triforce or Divine Sunderer, maybe a Manamune Fimbulger, not entirely sure, but either way, going to be doing a lot of damage. Going to still be pretty tanky as well, alongside a lot of the movement speed buffs that is going to be given to him here. Also have the acceleration gate on Brixton, which could add for a little bit of extra MS, which is another just clever little interaction that we have here in this draft. But it's going to be Rift Herald on the top side here, picked up by Coulter and Prank. We'll see where he ends up funneling that gold into.
In the back pocket does mean that there's pressure in the bot side. Good respect from GVU, again, recognizing with Coda online, he can very easily make plays. You cannot disrespect the engage range. Here comes Coulter to fend off
another
his
collapse, though. Here comes Coulter. There's
my.
Coda already stunned up so heavily. They're not even a chance to use the Onslaught of Shadows, and now Coulter. He's running around like Udyr does best, landing that Phoenix stance. They're going to give the kill over to Meslo if they can do so. Killing spree now for the Riven. Grandview off 7-2. Very, very good start from them so far.
Yep, and that is maybe the downside to maybe not going take Hecarim, as we talked about. Oh, he actually just sold the Sheen and went Bomby Cinder.
Okay,
did
well,
Coda,
take back everything that I said then.
Me and Draft as well. I mean, but you can kind of see maybe why, right? He just blew up in that fight. Did not get a chance to get the engage, although You do really want to be proactive with the Onslaught of Shadows. Being reactive, never a great thing for that ability. Again, give GVU credit. I mean, Rolthor just books it down from the Rift Herald, knowing his camps are going to be under threat. GVU calls it out perfectly. They execute it perfectly, and kind of running away with it in these lanes right now. Grapes 2.5K. It's going to get worse before it gets better. They even funneled that last kill onto Meslo. A little bit of a, why not feed Meslo, even though it feels a little Nymera style. Like this is Riven, the do it for her, for the Ari kind of thing. But it's good gold allocated.
It's true. I mean, it's true. It's Meslo Riven. That's where the attention's got to go. Gorgon can complete it at 10 minutes. I mean, very, very good start for him. Going to be able to continue the pressure, I think, for a very long time. Certainly has the advantage for now over Blonde at least. And even with the chrono shift on him, I think it's still pretty much a certain solo kill in the mid lane if Blonde steps a little bit too far forward. So the auto mid lane are going to have to be really careful. Maybe see it a couple of waves of CS here with only those Lucidity boots and itemization.
If you are Ottawa Braves, really have to be thinking about where you want to make your next play. Drake coming up in a minute. Could definitely look to 5v5 around that dragon. Teleports not available for Prankuru, but oh boy, Levi, that's...
Yeah, I was going to say he doesn't have flash, but it doesn't really matter if you have the point and click CC of the depth charge. Aaron with another kill. Levi just getting punished for walking a little bit too far forward.
Yep, greed is the name of the game here, Grapes, and it's unfortunate timing as well with the 80 carry down for the next 8 seconds means setup going to be really tough for this dragon. Did 9 lives get that?
I'm
going to watch here. I have this on delay. Okay, here comes. I'm watching to see the CS number go up. 9 lives got that. There we go, 9 lives.
Big win. Big win here for 9 lives. That's what we can say. It's a bit of a consolation prize, though, I would say, as the Rift Herald will be charged down in the bottom lane. Aaron going to be able to pick that one up, getting even more gold into his back pocket. Things not looking so good for Ottawa right now. Gold lead continuing to grow and grow here for the Vikings. About 4K at the moment. Second Drake taken down as well. 2-0 in that regard. Will allow for Grandview to continue to force these fights at their own volition and really grab a hold of this game.
It's going to start becoming a magnet. You see Ottawa does not feel like they are ready, and I can't blame them. No mythic item yet in for Coda. Still working on getting that gold, and you would be fighting into Eclipse and War Drinker on the 2 carries for Grandview. Probably not a fight you are going to win. They are going to need to contest the next one most likely. They have a team comp that can poke and whittle down before going and hitting that engage button on Coda, and I do think that is... objectives are a place where they can definitely succeed with the abilities that they have, with the champions they have drafted. They're going to have to show that at the next streak. You cannot let Grandview drag you into a soul in 8 minutes here, really.
Would not be a good situation for the Braves to be in. They need the time. They need time to scale and for the items to come through. And right now, it looks like their time is running thin here a little bit here in game number 2. Again, the team fighting is there. I mean, they drafted a composition, had a clear win condition. It was get to the late game fine and in a decent spot, and then maybe win off of that. Decent is not, is a debatable term at the moment of where the game state is here for the Braves. Still sitting at about that 4K deficit. I think if they maintain it around here for the next 15 minutes or so, can be fine for them. But it's going to be hard to do that when you have so many tools on the Grandview side.
Grandview does have all the tools, both in the kits and in the gold right now. You can see them starting this vision preparation again. They used it really well in game number 1, multiple points in the game. They're starting to do it now in game number 2. Pluto and Colthrow doing their due diligence, holding hands, walking through the jungle, setting up these wards. It's good fundamental League of Legends. You love to see it. This gives Aaron some time to whack away at this turret. And oh boy, they are really pressuring Levi at 9 lives right now.
Yeah, they really want this objective. They want to crack this outer ring of towers open again. Unfortunately, won't be able to get that to any less than about half HP. The siege will continue. Of course, Dragon spawning about 3 minutes, so nothing else really to fight over at the moment. And Grandview just, again, have so much pressure that they can afford to do this basically for as long as they want. There's not really much fight back on the other side here for Ottawa just yet. Levi and 9 Lives trying to pick up as much farm as they can. But right now, Grandview still in control, getting as much vision around the map as well.
Now we've seen both these teams in game number 1 very happy in these kind of lulls between objectives to just sit and farm and stack waves. It's been Grandview who's pulled the trigger, and speaking of...
Brixton in a lot of trouble here. The 2 the Skies comes through, but Prankuru doing a whole lot of damage as well. The auto comes through. One more will do the deed. Solo kill again here for the GVU top laner.
And that is really unfortunate for the Ottawa Braves. We're just talking about them wanting to get farm, wanting to scale up, willing to go into these lulls and trade waves so they can get to a better point. Well, one of your lanes that was ahead is no longer. Brixton not yet on that mythic item. Getting solo killed means Prank will have free will in the side lane. Lakota is on top of him right now.
Yeah, let's see if he can get away. Does have the flash. Chem tank is popped. Coda has a lot of damage here. Levi going to come in here as well. I'm sure they're going to try to give it over to him, but instead Coda will be the one to pick it up. Either way, not too bad of a spot here for Ottawa, getting 1-for-1 off the extended trade.
Yeah, got to give credit here to Coda. I think he just finds a really good timer. I don't believe Prank stuck around too long after getting that solo kill on Brixton. Just had Coda kind of horsey on in there, probably interrupt his base as well. And that sets up the kill for Levi. So a very nice timer because there's really not much to be lost for that play by Coda right there. Going to get back to this mid lane turret in time to defend it. There was no objective on the top side anymore. Mesla was already chipping down at that turret. So pretty nice window to find some extra gold in Ottawa Braves back pocket. And they're going to need all of it here. Grapes already down nearly 5K with that dragon coming up in a minute.
Yeah, and again, we're at the point where I don't think it's necessarily the right move to fight for this objective if you are Ottawa, DJ. This time, though, the stakes are a little bit higher. It will be sole point for Grandview if they end up picking it up. So, gotta maybe try to scale up a little bit more. Blonde doesn't even have his mythic item completed just yet. But you see the scaling potential here for Ottawa. They have 3 tier stacking as well. So, if you can get to that late game stage, we'll be fine. Of course, Levi building lethality, but you can opt into pivoting towards a crit build if you go for like a collector, Lord Doms into an Infinity Edge. So scaling still there as well, but the fight actually going here for Ottawa. They want the engaged stun, not going to land onto Pluto, but he is getting collapsed on by 5 members of the Braves. Critical pickup for them. Dragon spawning in 25. Might be able to contest at this point in a 4v5.
Oh, absolutely. That's what we love to see. This is what we were talking about with the playmaking, right? Coda is the one who finds the initial knockback. They pick out Pluto. That is critical leading up to this Drake. And they do still have to answer topside, but yeah, you can see he's just going to walk over to the side. I don't even think he'll be contested. Is just going to be GVU trying to punish them on the other side of the map for the slight slip up here around the objective.
And we see the members around the dragon here. Yeah, but Meslo is able to get them away from the pit for now. Brixton critically up in the top side. Has a teleport, but not there
Pluto's
just yet
back
to get the numbers advantage. Pluto has respawned, making his way back. Both top laners have the TPs. Brixton's going to use his first. Watch out for Prank. He has a lot of angles to look for here.
On the
he
flank.
finds one behind the Ottawa Braves. They're all collapsed in, and they're going to pick the dragon. The question is, what cost will it be? Flash forward from Prank Kuru, and they get the stuns coming through. Look at the bullet time, though, coming out from Levi. It does a decent amount of damage. Resurrection coming in onto Blonde, but GVU is taking over here in the fight. Aaron lands in the final feather. 4-for-1 over to GVU.
Oh my goodness, Grapes. I mean, again, I think Ottawa gets about as close as they can with
Brixton!
that play. They're nicely done. Brixton, cold throw. Going a little too far. That's the jungler down, but the Baron's still a couple minutes away, so not the worst thing in the world is I think cold throw. Limit testing just a little bit on the back end of this play, but my God, the setup again from GVU is so good. They do lose the Drake, but they get everything else. You'll see it here, right? You heard us talking about it. You see what Prank wants to do. As he's waiting, he sees Brixton's TP first because he wants to flank, and he finds the perfect ward. They are completely surrounded our Ottawa. They know they got to get the Drake and try to get out, but it's just too late. Meslo with the first engage. That perfectly sets up Prank as he comes in with that slicing Maelstrom. Everyone on OU's got to flash away, and it's still not enough. The cleanup is just a formality after the pincer play, and it's all due to setup GVU.
Brixton does a lot of damage here. Meslo doesn't have the ulti, so he's a little bit vulnerable here. The shock blast will get blocked away from the minion. It looks like Meslo will be able to survive for now, but here comes the collapse from the rest of Ottawa. Meslo's going to have to do a whole lot of fancy footwork here to get away from this one and won't be able to get that one done. Brixton punishing that play here, picking up another shutdown on the Jace.
It's a lot about gold into Brixton's back pocket, and he's going to be reaching his 2-item power spike pretty quickly here, so still some hope for Ottawa Braves. They're still only down about 5K even after that Drake, and remember, they did get the Drake, so they at least stopped the soul stacking from GVU. Now trying to aggress this mid lane turret.
Not too much of a threat just yet. Aaron and Pluto doing a decent amount of work to dissuade the push from continuing, but yeah, again, as you said, DJ, not the worst set of events if you are Ottawa. Again, you delay the soul for another 5 minutes, which is absolutely critical. You get some big shutdowns onto one of your main carries here in Brixton as well. And the gold lead still at around 5,500 or so. So not too much of a deviation just yet. It's not out of control just yet with the items coming through. Can still be some angles for Ottawa to take control of this game again.
All right, Graves. Big thing now. Baron's on the map. And GVU has looked really good around Baron throughout this season, throughout this series, yesterday as well. It's a big ticket item for them now with still 2 Drakes to go before Soul. Next Dragon, of course, in 2 minutes. So Ottawa needs to focus up, right? Cannot afford any more picks like we've seen in some of these games. Cannot afford to lose another team fight, or it will just be the same story as game number 1 for GVU. Are in an okay position here, Ottawa. It's a little unfortunate that Brixton had to stop off for the Hex Drinker. He is a little bit away from his big 2 item spike on that upgraded Moramana. The poke will not land as hard, but 2 items on Levi at the very least is something to hang your hat on if you can get a big bullet time off.
Yep, speaking of bullet time, Serpent's Fang completed for Levi. 4 of the 5 champions of Grandview have shields in their kit or in some of their itemizations, so it will be beneficial for the side of this misfortune. Going to try to melt through as many of these low health members as fast as possible. The team fighting tools starting to come online a little bit here. If those tiers do get stacked up sooner rather than later, Ottawa will be in a very solid position. Right now, Grandview still in control. As we've been saying, basically throughout this series, it's been Grandview being the ones to push the pace, you know, set the tempo so far here in this series. And it's no different at this point. Ottawa forced to respond to a lot of the plays that the Vikings are making.
Set up once again for GVU. Looks like their Dragon is the prize in their eyes at the moment. It is still a little early for Baron. You do have another lethality Zaya, so a little bit slow to potentially take that objective. We'll look for this 3rd Drake. Start to try to stress Ottawa out, right? Get to that soul point, force them to answer the next Drake, and then can try to flex them around the map. They do have quite a bit of control in the side waves as well, so a good game state for them at the moment. 30 seconds before that Drake comes in, and Reiner that Aaron does have 2.5 items, so while he maybe doesn't take Baron that fast, he does a lot of damage.
Yeah, to the champions at least. I mean, there's a lot of squishy members here on the Ottawa side. Most resistances right now is on Coda, then maybe 9 lives, but those are still 2 champions that you can melt through at this stage of the game if you are Aaron. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Ottawa looking to maybe delay the soul point again, but this time they don't have that early pick that they did in the last fight. Prankuru already stunning out Coda very low. Here comes the dredge line, and there goes the horse. Aaron on now getting another kill. Dragon, nearly a formality at this point.
I mean, it should be Baron too. 30 seconds on Coda, they're just going to walk right over, and we were getting ready for this big team fight. Graves right at slow tempo. Everyone's getting ready for the Drake. Oh my, tension building. GVU. So much props to their preparation. Again, the vision control. That's literally everything that gets them this play, because they just put Prank in a bush off vision. Nobody knows where he is. He gets the stun on Dakota, and the whole point of the draft for Ottawa just disappears in an instant.
Yeah, 0 ultis burned on that pick either here, so still all the combat power of Grandview is still intact. Coda just now respawning Baron at about 9,000 HP. Looks like Grandview don't want to, risk it just yet. They're in a good enough position where going for a 50-50 like that isn't necessarily in their best interest. So instead, going to back away, continue their stranglehold over this game, and just play it out slowly, because you have that soul spawning in about 4 minutes, and that is a point where Ottawa is going to be forced to fight.
Yep, I think it's the right call. Again, we talked about the range. We talked about why the range was drafted for the lanes. But one other thing the range does, it makes it hard to take Baron, right? They are poking constantly over the wall. 9 lives, Levi, Brixton. And that damage would kind of land and stick for a little bit. Coda's a speedy boy. Do not want to risk your lead right now if you're GVU on a potential flip on the Baron. You definitely believe that you can go take the next Drake for Soul. You can win the next fight and do it in a more kind of guaranteed fashion in this game. So I think they make the right call there. Good work from Ottawa, using their tools effectively to chase off Grandview and give themselves more time.
More time is kind of what Ottawa need right now.
Oh, no.
Throw. Oh, he got it. Okay, it's fine. Coda, just thanks for the leash, I guess. Maybe he's screaming that over the stage. DJ, did you see on Twitter where they're just like screaming at each other back and forth across the stage, like as the plays are going down?
Yeah, these guys are great, man. I love it.
Man, I feel like if we were there, like it just like it would be like
I would take
hear
my
it.
headset off and I'd scream
Yeah.
at them.
We know like something's happening, so I guess we're kind of in the dark because like I think the stream is on a bit of a delay at this point. So either way, it'll be. Hopefully everyone's having a good time over in Wichita watching this crazy finals back and forth game so far from Ottawa and Grandview. GVU looking to grasp a firm hold of this series, go up 2-0 in the finals, but you know, Ottawa not down for the count just yet. Scaling still starting to come through. Baron not taken just yet. Once again, the big name of the game is the little number that you see on your top left corner. That is the Infernal Soul in 2.5 minutes.
You know, I did just think of something, Grapes. If we actually were at the LAN, would we be able to hear each other? Would anyone be able to hear us over Colthrow screaming?
Honestly, like that.
We know he's really loud, right? Like all of his teammates and coach are like, yeah, this man when he calms, he is shouting. Like, would anyone be able to hear us?
We have like the noise canceling
Can
headphones,
anyone actually hear us out in Wichita right now?
I hope so. I mean, I thought we've been doing it. We've been doing it. I thought we've been doing a good job. I don't know. Like we've been pretty good. Hopefully,
is it just Colthrow? Is the whole event just Colthrow comms?
Colthrow with the jungle play and the live commentary as well. Is that maybe Blonde screaming over from the other side as well in response? Sometimes they're the duo. Let us know if you want to see that next time here in the MEC. I mean, we might not have a job, but maybe it'll be more entertaining for everybody else.
Oh boy. Anyway, I'm sure Colthrow was pretty loud about stealing that buff away. Now can be loud about the Drake Soul coming up in a minute 30, trying to get some pressure onto this turret here. Grapes, a lot of poke coming down, but they are a little overextended.
Oh man, yeah. Look at the collapse here. Meslo and Colthrow on the flank,
God.
and Coda is just way too far forward. Instantly taken down. Whoa! Big knock-up coming out from Meslo as well. The Berserk does a little bit, but not enough. Revive up coming on to Levi, but here comes Prankuru. He wasn't even in the fight to begin with. Brixton forced to run for the hills, 9 lives as well. A double kill for the Zaya, make it the ace. As the double kill comes through for the Kennen as well. Straight down mid lane, Grandview go. They want this 3-0 and they want it right now.
I mean, even if I'm on Ottawa, Grapes, I have nothing to say. I have nothing to type there except just well played. I mean, it's just so well played. You can see what Ottawa wants to do. They want to pressure the turret, force them off, take the turret or engage. Coda is trying to go in onto Aaron to pressure him away from the turret, but Aaron just stands in his face, throws 2 autos, and roots him. And once he's rooted, everything collapses. That's your front line. That's your engage. The collapse comes through from GVU, and you just know it. And I know as soon as the root comes in, everyone on Ottawa knows that play is busted, knows they are in trouble in GVU. They're not going to miss a blinking target like that. They absolutely wiped them off the face of Summoner's Rift, and they do get that Baron that they were waiting for. Now going to hustle on out for the Drake as well. Coda not going to get this window to steal it away.
He's going to try. Potential for a steal maybe, but it's looking a little bit dangerous now for Ottawa. Colthrow running straight forward. Really nobody can touch him at this point. Double stun will land. Levi still in the back line here, but a triple stun again coming out from Meslo. What can this man not do onto the Riven? Picking up every single member onto the back line. Coda the last to fall. A complete ace coming through for the Grandview Vikings. Soul be damned. They got a wave in mid lane.
Just beautiful stuff from GVU in this mid game. Once again, you could see what Ottawa wanted to do with the draft. You could see the plays they were trying to make. They all made sense to me, Grapes, as well. But GVU sees them all as well, and they just stuff them one after another after another. It's just so well played by this team in game number 2, and they take this draft, they take this strategy, and they say, you can shove it, Ottawa. We're taking game 2.
It's match point now for the Vikings. 29 minutes is the final game counter. And for Ottawa, things are starting to look a little bit dire here, DJ. You know, we came in with the expectation that Grandview would be the favorites in this series, and they've looked pretty dominant throughout the early games into the mid games and then eventually to the late games with those nexuses falling. But if you know anything about Ottawa, you know that they perform best when everybody's doubting them, when nobody believes in them. I think that they have a lot of tools that they can use to maybe get back into this series just a little bit.
Yeah, it's the tallest of mountains, right? We're looking at the reverse sweep or bust for Ottawa, and it's going to take an absolute Herculean effort. I believe they can do it, Grapes, but I will say this about GVU. They have promised us all season in interviews, in games in which they've looked shaky, etc. Pluto has said it. Colthrow has said it. This is not the top level of this team that we saw in the regular season. They promised us that the playoffs would be clean. They promised us that there was more to come. And their promises have all been met so far, because this is a level in the playoffs of ruthlessness, of execution that, I mean, even from a team that we knew was super, super good, I have not seen in the regular season. They are playing out of their minds right now. Just, again, like I think Ottawa had a good draft. I think they had a clever game plan. And GVU just stuffed everything they tried to do in that game. Absolutely everything.
You might have to ban Riven next game, I think. If you want the Zillion to go mid.
So bad. That feels so bad.
It's crazy because that's the first time that I think we've seen Meslo whip it out. I mean, we've been talking about it every week, is he gonna pull up the Riven? Is he gonna do the Riven pick? Is he gonna get it? And never has. But now, in the finals, pulling it out there in a really good matchup, I would say, getting a couple of kills in the solo as well, and that was a big difference maker here. And Meslo has had a fantastic series so far. And let's look to see if he can complete the sweep. Ottawa has one last chance to respond, try to get back in this series somehow, some way. Going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with game number 3.
Let the dancing begin. Well, I didn't see that coming.
A classic, and at the same time, progressive.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 3 of the Grand Finals of the Midwest Esports Conference is about to get underway. DJ, it's been 2 very good games from Grandview so far, but as Kobe Bryant once said, the job's not finished. Gotta complete the sweep, and the players really want that 3-0.
Damn, the Kobe reference here, Grapes. Yeah, this is a lot of props from you. I feel like who's the most Kobe on GVU, right? Who's locking him in?
It's got to be Aaron, right? Like NBA Aaron. I mean, he's got the
that's
he's got the drip. He's got the slides on and everything. Maybe on stage, I don't know, but it's looking good for them regardless. And I don't think that GV would be super happy even with like a 3-1, 3-2. They want this sweep. They've said it time and time again, whether it be on Twitter, in our little questionnaire, in interviews. They are looking for absolute domination here in the conference.
Yeah, and they've delivered on the promises thus far. They've delivered on the hype thus far in this series. Grapes, in the playoffs, really, right? We have barely seen a flaw. I think 2 or 3 plays we could count from this entire series, probably the entirety of yesterday as well, that have really not gone in their favor. We are going to need a Herculean effort from Ottawa, right? Again, at the peak of their powers coming into this matchup, coming into this weekend. I was super excited to see what they can pull. I like the draft in game 2. We've had good moments from them. Right now, it just feels like GVU is a wall that cannot be broken down. They are stuffing play after play. They are playing at the top of their game. We're going to need that extra bit, that little extra magic sauce here from Ottawa to turn this one around and begin the long journey towards reverse sweep. And, we had one last night in the LCK, so why not here in the MEC, Grapes?
I mean, it's definitely possible. I think Ottawa, I think we said this before we headed into the break, but Ottawa's a team, everybody was doubting towards like the middle half of the season. Oh, they're just gonna be like 4th place. They're not gonna do very well. But they've been scaling up. They've been like doing really well. They swept Purdue Northwest yesterday, and I think now when they're down 0-2, a lot of people might be counting the Braves out. We'll see if they, can turn things back around, kind of like a little bit of a metaphor from how this season has gone for them. Do you want to talk about the draft a little bit, though, DJ, before we get into Game 3? I think that the composition that Ottawa set up was nice. I think just maybe the way that they picked the order of the champions could have been a bit different. You show the Renata on 4, so you confirm the Zillions going mid, allows that Medslow Riven to get locked in. So that was kind of the centerpiece around how Grandview won that game number 2. If you maybe just blind a top laner for Brixton and then maybe show that Zillion later, maybe that's a better option. But I'm not sure what the side selection is for this game 3, but either way, I think it's an interesting thing to look at here.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of kind of iterations we can still look for in draft, Grapes. The problem for me, right, is I asked for changes in game 1 to game 2 draft, and I got them, right? Like, I was really impressed that Ottawa had that up. There's felt like they'd prepared it, like they practiced it, and they answered a lot of my questions with the things that they picked up in game 2 between game 1 and 2. So my concern is that at some point, right, the draft is important, but we just need to see them outplay GVU, and they will side swap here to at least make this a little more interesting potentially in the draft, force GVU to go for these counter picks. But I just need them for me in this game 3 with backs against the wall. I want them on comfort, and I need to see them outplay, like reach for things that you are comfortable on it and try to give it to GVU. Because so far, it just feels like GVU, regardless of what they're on, have just been executing at a higher level in the game.
And I think the thing that we need to see here from Ottawa is more early game presence. Both games, we saw Grandview jump out to a 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead before even the 3rd Drake spawned. So in that situation, maybe when Ottawa's trying to scale up at that point to try to fight for an objective like that, they're not able to. They're forced to cede it away, give Grandview even more and more advantages to themselves, and allow the snowball to continue rolling. And I think for Ottawa, we need to see a little bit more in terms of early game plays, and I think that starts right here in the draft. Headed into game number 3 right now. Ottawa, again, as you said, switching to blue side. That means they will get at least one of either the set or the rise into their solo lanes if they want to with this B1.
Yeah, I imagine it will be the rise, right? GVU was comfortable giving it up in game 1, and while, of course, Blonde did have good moments on it, pretty creative use of the Realm Warp, it is something that they have already handled. So why give Brixton the comfort that he so desires when, you've already dealt with one of those comfort picks? Actually, both going to be available, Grapes, because now you can just take one away if you really want to. I would be surprised if this is not Rise. Oh, boy. Okay. It's going to be Coda going on to comfort onto Lee Sin. will Colthrow and Meslo take Rise Volibear? I know this is a very common R1, R2 in response to a pick like this.
I think the Rise would most likely come through on this rotation. I think Meslo and Blonde both play it a whole lot. It does allow for maybe a set to come through on the other side either way, because I don't think Prankuru really values it as highly. Instead, going to be bot lane priority here for Grandview. Aphelios locked in for Aaron. Did some big work on the Aphelios yesterday against Ohio Northern, picking up a quadra kill in that game number 2. Try to continue some of that magic here. I wonder if GVU will round out their bot lane. That Karma still left untouched throughout the draft, but instead might be that Thresh lock in. That's the tried and true bot lane, to say the least.
Yeah, are they? It's the Aaron's winning out the battle here in comms. It's a peel for Aaron. It's a peel for Aaron game. It's the 3-word description of GVU. Peel for Aaron is self from the AD carry himself, and he will get that peel. He will get his buddy Pluto on this Thresh and be very set up to carry. They have ignored taking the counter pick on jungle, right? They'll save it for later in the draft. They will just lock in that bot lane and try to win that win. This was the response yesterday, right? The Poner played Aphelios twice, and Levi said, I got this Kai'Sa. We can make it work. Gonna lock it in. And Blonde is gonna get his hands on the Rise. So I said I wanted comfort. This looks like comfort to me, Grapes. Now we got to see them execute on it back half of the draft and in game.
Yep, we got the early game for Coda. We got late game, reliability late in later on for Levi and Blonde, and comfort as well. These were the 2 champions that Ottawa won both their games against Purdue Northwest in. And instead of, going for maybe a jungle match here, it's going to be Meslo picking up the victor. So no spicy, Riven lock-ins here for game number 3. Meslo's going a little bit more standard as we enter the second phase of bans.
Yeah, I think it's a little tricky to play Riven into Rise, to be fair. All you want to do is dash at him, and you just got a straight note button, so that would probably be pretty miserable for Meslo. The Victor's an interesting one, though. This has not been kind of the answer. Ari was the answer in game 1, of course, that is taken away, so Meslo going to go to Victor this time around. Will certainly match in terms of scaling, but they do very different things when they scale, right? Much better in the side lane is going to be Blonde. Better in the team fights is going to be Meslo, especially when people are running into you through that gravity well, through the Chaos Storm. An interesting counter that he has elected for. Of course, with the top laner not selected, Set going to be banned away very quickly. There's that Volibear off the table, right? You got to ban the Bears when it comes to Colthrow. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban Udyr here, knowing how good he is on the champion as well.
Targeting towards Brixton up in the top side as well for Grandview. I think the champion pool of the Ottawa top laner still not as big as maybe the rest of the members, so targeting that pool could be a little bit of a better focus here for the Vikings, as we're going to get another top lane ban here with this 5th pickup. It's going to be the Aatrox takeaway from Prank. Udyr's still on the table as we enter R4. I wouldn't be surprised to see it locked in here.
No way. AP?
It's a hover.
Yeah.
Just a hover.
But
we're just gonna wait.
I just feel like this is Udyr. I don't feel like I can get baited here. Yeah, okay.
There it is. Udyr locked in here. Gonna go towards Colthrow again. I think still undefeated on this champion. One of his most favorite junglers to play. Ottawa gonna try to round out their composition. Looking for a top laner. Looking for a support. See what they opt to go for here.
Big moment for Ottawa. Need to see what Brixton is going to play. Need to see what the final selection is. Support? I mean, what was the thing?
Ooh,
okay, it's gonna be 9 lives on the Zillion this time around. So this is a hard scaling bottom lane, like as hard as you can scale. But boy, does it have 0 lane presence, Grapes.
Yeah, definitely gonna be Aaron and Pluto favored once again in the early game at the very least for this bottom side. Final pickup gonna be going towards Brixton. I was gonna say, I think you need something that has a little bit more lane dominance here, but hard to do that on a blind. It's gonna be the Jace again. A lot of different responses that you can go for if you are Prankuru. Gwen still on the board, not necessarily a champion you would want to go for here.
Oh, no. The evil Teemo Hummer. This man, he's got the devil Teemo emote in game. We know he played it earlier this season, but we won't get it here. He's gonna go Kled though. Oh baby, this is throwing down the gauntlet against Brixton because he's gonna be up and in his face early and often, Graves. And we had a pretty standard draft coming through, but all of a sudden with that last pick, this early game becomes very, very much about top lane.
Yeah, a very volatile matchup to say the least. I'm expecting Coda at the very least to really focus his attention here towards Brixton. I think this is a top side, strong side kind of comp that Ottawa set up. You have still the scaling on the bottom side of the map, but as we said, we need to see more early game agency. We need to make sure that Ottawa don't fall too far behind So Grandview just take control of this game. But with the tools that the Vikings have, it's looking like they're in another good position to win out.
Yeah, there's still a lot of tools. Again, a ton of comfort. The team fighting is still there. You even have technically an engage button, right? Because Kled can just speed everyone up. So even without something like Nautilus, you do have that engage. But really here, Grapes, right? It's about bridging for GVU, get to their power spikes when they can team fight. But the bridge is Prank. Because you said it, right? We've seen Ottawa kind of struggle in the laning phase against GVU so far to get going. You said you don't want to see them fall too far behind. Well, if you die to Kled once, you're going to die to Kled twice. You're going to die to Kled 3 times. Like, this is a volatile matchup because Prank wants to be right up in Brixton's face. Of course, Brixton can navigate this, can poke him out, can knock him away with the hammer, but he has to play it so well. And I have to imagine that Coda and Coulter will both be getting involved in this top side to try to sway it in their favor, because either way, it can snowball super, super hard against the losing side.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem here. If you are, the side of Ottawa, if Prankuru gets ahead, that's your one strong side potentially just out the window, I would say. And it just is again a situation where Grandview have 3 winning lanes and they're able to really do a lot across the map, get those early advantages. So we'll see what ends up happening here. Onto the Rift. Sides have swapped for game number 3, but the stakes are all the same. Grandview looking to complete the sweep over the Ottawa Braves.
Glad that our eyes are on Prankuru here. He will be super important to these early game skirmishes. You mentioned the 3 pushing lanes, Grapes. We definitely know bot lane. Hard pushing for GVU. Not sure about mid. I think Victor wins early on, but I do believe Blonde can kind of at least neutralize this. We can see kind of timers for the mid laners, but yeah, as you mentioned, that top lane going to be so important because it can just go in either direction, and that can be critical to the jungle's ability to clear, to the early game power of both these teams. And the early game has been where Grandview has gotten leads and thrived. They have used them so very well in this series. We are desperate to see Ottawa get an early game lead for the first time in this series and try to start working their way back towards that reverse sweep.
Now, I want to start off this sentence by saying I am not biased. I am just excited to see more League of Legends be played. But I will say that, doing some research here for the series, the last time Grandview lost a map, it was against Purdue Northwest back in the regular season. Prankuru was on Kled, and Aaron and Pluto were on Aphelios Thresh in that game number 1. And so I'm not trying to jinx anything. I'm not trying to curse anything. I'm saying that this is a composition that, has faltered a little bit here for GVU in the past. But, I mean, I think with the way that they're playing, things are still looking very strong for them. We'll see if Ottawa can repeat history a little bit. With
I'm sorry, guys. We tried so hard. We tried to tell him not to, but bias caster Graves strikes again. Like, I don't know, man. Graves, we went through this, buddy. You got. I know you gotta keep it in. You gotta. It's just so.
I want to see 5 game. I want the silver scrapes, man. I'm trying to get some hope in onto the Ottawa side as early pathing has gone towards the top side for both of the junglers. Pushing actually pretty even in the bot lane so far. So Levi and 9 Lives are going to be able to get the level 2 earlier on. They're going to hit that burst. Again, with this Kai'Sa Zilean, not really looking for too much early engage, just trying to scale up, get to that late stage where you can really start to pop off.
Yeah, it is double ranged against ranged and semi-ranged, so okay, hold on. Good chunk there. Just a trade, though, and really trying to shove this in. They want to get the reset on the wave. They do just enough there, but it still will be on Aaron's side slightly as Coda and Colt are pathing down in this direction.
Certainly be an interesting place to look at. It looks like top lane will be a little bit isolated to start this early game off. Coda now going over to his red buff, maybe trying to match any potential punish that Coulter was going to try to throw at the Ottawa Braves bottom lane. The push is still in Ottawa's favor, actually. Levi and 9 Lives doing a good job at getting that priority around the map. Just have to be careful because it will leave open a door for Coulter to try and punish.
Oh, the door is definitely there. You can see the defensive ward already placed down in the river. They are definitely overextended. They don't really have the power to shove this one in. They're trying. We'll spot Coulter on the ward. That is critical. Coda's here as well. Recognizing that this was coming. That will avoid the gank. Will mean that Coulter gets this first scuttle and just walks out.
Yep, it's a level and an HP advantage here for Coulter, so really no ability for Coda to contest even
He's
with
coming back.
pushing
There's no
bot
ward.
lane.
There's no
Here
ward.
we go. Yep, bot lane shoving in slowly here for Grandview, but Coulter wants to try to punish this. Coda's still in the area as he's going for the Krug pickup. We'll see if they're able to spot this out sooner rather than later. It looks like the back is being channeled by Coulter, but can be canceled at any instance. He's standing on the tri-brush. He is looking for a potential dive. What will Grandview do? Wave is crashing in. Pluto actually tanking pretty low. 9 lives, low on mana, can't really re-engage here at any point. So it looks like Ottawa is going to survive for now. It's a little bit of a dicey situation, though.
Yeah, I think Grandview just looking to push in the wave once they recognize the gank was off. They just want to get Aaron the reset timer and will. Oh,
Aaron's sticking around. 9 lives is vulnerable. I think an Infernum like Q plus a W could maybe do it. Not sure. He's staying around.
Is he actually going to try this? I think he's actually. Oh no.
Oh no, now it's a 1v1.
No, he's got him.
Levi. Oh,
wait, he's
no,
level 3 to 4.
He's punished a little bit. It's the XP advantage in favor of Levi. He has the isolated Q, but it's not enough. Aaron coming through, 1v1ing Levi in the bottom lane for first blood.
Oh, that's just evil. That is just true villainy right there from Aaron. And now, oh no, Brixton.
Dive is beginning. Prank still mounted in onto Scarl. The bear trap on a rope will not connect, and here comes the re-engage. Coda coming in with the resonating strike, forcing the flash in. Another E for the slows. Coda has to safeguard away. Coulter so much damage with the Phoenix stance, and he's going to stun up Brixton as well. Another kill going in onto the Grandview top side of the map. It is 2-0 once again.
Oh, it's so close, Grapes. It's well played by Brixton and Coda. It's good recognition. But again, the theme of the series, it's just better from GVU, right? Prank flashes away. He stays alive with 10 HP, and Colthrow cleans up the rest with the bear stance. So close and still so far for the Ottawa Braves.
And once again, it is Ottawa sitting at a pretty significant disadvantage in the early game. About 1,500 at this point. You have the Iron Spike Whip onto Prankuru. You got a pickaxe advantage onto Aaron. The combat is definitely in the Vikings' favor for the time being. Dragon up for the taking, but once again, neither jungler in the area. And with Levi and 9 lives pushing the spot lane up still rather easily. Doesn't look like that objective is going to be up for Grandview's taking just yet.
Rank level 6 going in.
No, yeah.
Oh, Brixton's done.
The Q does get, dodged away from, so no stun back in onto the Jace. But the wave, again, not in the best spot for Brixton. Still not level 6. Prankuru does have the charge if he wants to go for anything. Not going to go for it just yet, though. So, looks like we're going to be a little bit calmer up on the top side, but it's still Prankuru with a massive CS lead. Now at about 17 with the wave pushing in. Realm Warp on the bottom side. Blonde forcing the flash out of Aaron, but Pluto will get stunned up by the bombs. Here comes enough damage. Will it be enough? Yes, it will. 9 lives gets Ottawa back on the board.
Beautiful stuff from Blonde. Once again, we talked about him with the Realm Warps, how good he is on this champion, how comfortable he is. He finds another creative one, doesn't need the TP. You can see the bot lane tries to respect it. They both flash. Aaron uses heal, but Pluto still falls down. It's great timer with the Dragon coming up too, and Blonde. He does not want to go out of this series like this. He does not want to get 3 out. He is making plays to keep Ottawa in the series.
That's the playmaking we were looking for out of Ottawa. Blonde with the beautiful Realm Warp coming in. Pluto just barely unable to survive. Kill does go over onto 9 lives. Not necessarily the best place for it to be, but as a Zillion, you want to continue to scale, want to get some of those items in alongside the level. So all things considered, not as bad as you might originally think. It's the Dragon picked up as well for Ottawa, looking to try to stack that up a little bit earlier. We saw that the Soul Wing condition was very big for GVU to close out that second game very easily. So this time, again, it will be Ottawa delaying that at least a little bit, despite them being down in gold.
Not the worst at the moment, Grapes. Just about 1.5k. It's a similar lead we've seen for the rest of the series, but you can see, I mean, GVU is fearless, man. Walking in here, level 6 is Coulter. He's got a little support from Meslo. Data, of course, he's always going to pick up CS. You can see this time around, unlike game 1, where the Realm Warp really didn't punish CS of Blonde that much, you can see Meslo has a very healthy lead for himself. So while the kills did come through, Meslo will be feeling good as well on a heavy scaling pick on this Victor, so things still very much in Grandview's favor as Coda struggling to even be allowed to clear his camps.
Yeah, topside not looking very good for the Braves right now. Brixton's down about 25 CS.
No,
Colthrow and Prank getting as much as they want in the opposing jungle. As Brixton not as strong as a Jace performance as he had in game number 2. Getting countered here on the R5 by Prankuru. It's working out well for him so far.
Yeah, Prank's playing the matchup really well, even with a little bit of help, of course, from Coulter, but he played that 2v2 exceptionally, and again, the pressure that Kled exudes once he's a little bit ahead. We talked about it. Yeah, he hasn't died 3 times, right, but Brixton trying to play it respectfully at this point. It's not what you want out of a Jace, but you have to be afraid. You have to respect the snowballing power of the Kled, and it is just paying massive dividends for Grandview. Easy pickup on the Rift Herald. They'll be able to use that wherever they would like and continue to push the gold leads they're building in practically every lane.
Well, down to the bot lane we go. Coda gonna try to get a trade back onto the Gromp as well. Wave pushing it as well. Coda does have the ulti as well as Levi and 9 lives.
Yes,
Still level
Gromp
5
for
on
Gromp
Pluto.
violence.
Could go for a dive if they step a little bit too far forward. Blonde joining the party as well. Aaron with a nice lantern available for the taking out to safety, so he will not be going down just yet, but it will be plates and more pressure down bottom going over to the Ottawa Braves.
Yep, everyone on the top side for GBU on a reset timer means Aaron has to grin and bear it. Unfortunately, he wants every CS possible, Graves, but he's going to have to let these ones go. Before his team does redeploy with all their gold, and oh boy, Coda, they've redeployed Coda. Yeah, you can't be here.
Yeah. Safeguard out. We'll keep him alive. Full throw. Still power farming up a
Oh,
storm.
boy.
Actually popping the ghost. Headed down to the bottom side. Nice
Yeah, they're
root
just
with the
dead.
gravitum coming on onto Aaron as well. Levi forced to flash preemptively, but it might not even save him. The exhaust crucially slowing Cold Throw down to make sure the bear stance doesn't land. But that was very scary there for Ottawa. They burned 3 summoner spells at only the cost of the ghost and Cold Throw.
Yeah, I was just going to say 3 summoners for 1 is a trade you will take, particularly because, again, it's the flashes on the bottom lane, meaning if you find a timer, even without the ghost, and you come again, they're just dead this time, Graves. So really nicely done by Cold Throw. Excellent recognition. And again, Grandview just feel so up to it today. They feel so clean. All of these plays netting them advantages. And the bot lane is still low. They can look for a dive here, even with Coda around.
More pure as well for Blonde. Coda's going to join the party. Nice, lantern coming out from Aaron. They're going to lock everybody down. Here comes the damage. Coda chunked very low. The Ignite's taking no need for the Chrono Shift just yet, but everybody on Grandview will be getting out to safety. Meslo on the horizon as well if Ottawa decided to push forward, but the health advantage is not on their side. Grandview get out scot-free.
Just great plays from Grandview. Again, another clever use of the Realm Warp. Blonde trying to impact the map, trying to help out his other lanes. This time around, though, Grandview just outplays it with the 3 members. Pluto, again, excellent disengage. Hook, the death sentence, the flay. It's all perfect, and Meslo just gets extra CS, gets some plate gold as well before he heads back to base. And another play from Ottawa is stuffed largely by GVU.
And we see the playmaking that we were talking about trying to be coming down here for Ottawa, but so far it's only net them 1 singular kill onto the support. So not really as good of a situation as you might have liked at this point here for the Ottawa Braves. You see Blonde going for these Realm Warps down bottom, trying to snowball Levi ahead a little bit. It's not working right now. Aaron already picking up the first mythic item of the game with that Gale Force, and that'll just make it even harder for them to be targeted down bottom lane.
Hovering around the straight, coming up in 14 seconds now. Grapes would be a nice prize for Ottawa to get to that second Drake, but it looks like it is going to come at a cost. You see Coda already hovering around it. They should get it. Doesn't look like GVU that interested in contesting, though. 2 members here, the mid jungle, they're being pinged out.
Dragon up at the taking, so Ottawa in position right now to start it up. Rift Herald still on the top side, getting a lot of plays under the hands of Prankuru. Looks like Ottawa's going to be the ones to start this Drake up, but Aaron and Pluto have the wave pushed in, and they have the pressure to look to try and engage a fight. Safeguard out from Coda. He knows he can't get into the pit for that much longer. And it looks like Cold Throw and the rest of GVU are going to be able to even up the count. Oh! Okay, no. It was good effort. Good effort. It was a good effort.
Grapes, that's not a good sign at 12 minutes, 50 seconds into the game when we're trying to steal second Drake. We're suiciding for it.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. It's looking a little bit desperate right now for Ottawa as the gold lead continuing to just slowly but surely increment upwards into the Vikings' favor, nearing 2,500 at this point. Dragon count at 1-1. Coda tried for the miracle steal. Would have been pretty cool if he ended up getting it, but instead with Lee Cold Throw securing the objective will be an Ocean Soul around the map. So that's what the teams will be fighting for later on into the game.
This is 3rd Ocean Soul in a row, isn't it?
I think it was Infernal game 2, but game 1 was definitely Ocean.
Game 2, I don't think so.
I
think it's 3.
Okay.
I think it's 3 Ocean.
I could be wrong. I'm not 100%
Check in
sure.
chat.
But that's the most reliable source of information.
Oh, chat's got it. It's 3 Ocean. Let's go.
3 Ocean. So
Dreyer's got me covered.
Dreyer's supporting his team in the draft and also us on the production scene. So Grandview looking to try to make it in another Ocean Soul for themselves, and in a bit of a decent spot to do so. They have the advantage, they have another Drake to their name, and they have the pressure across the map. I will say that the engage for GVU is very, very easy. You have so much movement speed on Prankuru and Colthrow to just basically force a fight, and you're really able to do so considering that the advantage is definitely there in terms of itemization at this point.
Itemization, very, very nice for GVU at the moment. Still waiting for that mythic item. Believe the Sunfire once again to come in for Colthrow, but everyone is at a pretty powerful point. Victor usually wants 2 items or so, but I mean, they are just a little accelerated, right? We don't quite have the Muramana on Levi, meaning he does have the Q upgrade with the stop off for that Dirk, but doesn't really have the damage, I would say, that Aaron does with this completed Gale Force at the moment. And still no Everfrost completion for Blonde means they are a little bit behind in terms of tempo. They got a little time, though. 2 minutes, 50 seconds for the next Drake, but actually Rift Herald spawning right now might just be taken down, as does the first turret here in the top side.
So a bit of a slower start, I'd say, all things considered, but still all things the same. It's a Grandview domination in the early game. Second Rift Herald going to be going over to Colthrow. First tower picked up by Prankuru there. And right now, the rest of Ottawa are staring down about a 3,500 gold lead, which is very similar to what we've seen throughout this series. So Ottawa still in a similar place. We saw them going for some proactivity across the map in the first few minutes of the game, but hasn't yielded them too much more success so far.
Unfortunately has not, Graves, and it does just feel right. Like, again, Otto's been happy to sit back in these kind of gaps and farm up to try to get to more powerful points. And in each game we've seen, GVU has still found ways to punish them. They have found windows to make plays. They have found windows to get gold, to continue to take gold advantages. And you know, once again here, second Rift goes down. Really feels this time in game 3 right now that while Ottawa's not bleeding out in kills, they're just bleeding out in gold at the moment, right? The CS lead continues to balloon in the top side. Colthrow is ahead in the jungle. Still that 20 CS lead for Meslo, and power spikes coming through still favor GVU at the moment, Graves. So we are still, we said it, right? I'm going to need to see just Herculean effort here from Ottawa, a Herculean play. Someone has got to come up big to stop the onslaught.
And there's no answer just yet. We might see something here as Coda looks for a bit of a play, but the hook's going to land onto 9 lives to start things off. Teleport coming in. It is going to be Blonde locking down Aaron. Still has the flash, but he's going to get stunned up again. Can they lock down the Aphelios? They will be able to do so. Aaron goes down, exhausting onto Colthrow. Hook landing in onto Blonde, but they have the Chrono Shift. They have the revives. They can keep everyone alive for as long as they want. Shut down on Dakota, and I think the Braves might have heard you there, DJ. They're going to get 3 straight kills in the bottom lane.
That is more like it, and despite the best efforts of GVU, they do succeed on the dive attempt. 4 members come on down. Coda surprising them in the bush. You can see Pluto flashing away immediately. He gets a great box down. He gets a great hook down as well, but it just doesn't matter. The CC, the lockdown with the completed Everfrost is too much for Aaron. He goes down first, and then, like you mentioned, with the revive still available, it's just so easy to dive. Doesn't matter that Pluto hits his second death sentence. Blonde just pinks up the turret, resurrects. They chase down the Thresh as well, and of course they're going to lose plates and a turret in the top side for this, Graves, but this is the play we need from Ottawa. These are the moves. That's a huge gold influx into their back pockets, and again, a reminder, they do not want to go home in this fashion. They do not want to give the bragging rights over to GVU. They want a longer series, and they've got biased Caster Graves, of course, on their side.
No, hey, listen. I want competitive games.
I'm just digging in.
I want more games.
Angle, Graves.
I want to sit here on stream longer and talk to everybody for longer times. That's all I want. That's all I want here. Everyone on Grandview, let it be known. I love you guys all the same. I don't have a favorite child here in this situation. I just want everybody to do well. And that's why I want, Ottawa to maybe have a more of a fighting chance in this.
You just sound
it sounds
like
bad.
Magical. You just sound like Mad Magical right now, Grace. Yeah, you're just digging yourself deeper. Magical's always just like, yeah, I always want 5 games. It's always what I want. But see, Magical's been doing it for years, Graves. You're just bringing this up today.
I want
the conspiracy's in, guys.
Well, we'll see if whatever wish I might have ends up getting rewarded here. Ottawa only a down 2,000 gold at this point. Important to note that Levi getting those 2 kills down in the bot lane in that fight definitely going to be helpful for himself. We talk about how Kai'Sa really needs those two, major ability upgrades with the Q and the W. Getting that Nash's Tooth as well will be very helpful. Blonde in the bottom lane, in a bit of trouble, but Brixton is here for the backup. No accelerated shock blast just yet. The dive will be staved off. And right now, it looks like the side of Grandview are going to just back away.
Yep, it is still a teleport expended on in the defense of Blonde. They'll keep him alive. They'll let him keep farming, but they will lose the summoner spell. I mean, you can see the pressure. Frank in the top lane was untouched in the last play. He's going to get some more waves. He's going to get a little bit of damage on this turret before he has to back out. Even Levi has to come over to try to help clear this one away.
Still Grandview in control at this point, I think, is what kind of where we've been getting at. So even though the players from Ottawa are coming through, JVU still has the agency. They're going to pop Shelly down in the bottom side, get some more gold in the hands of Meslo, finally break open this outer ring of turrets. And it looks like nobody on Ottawa is really there to contest. They want to make their presence known on the other areas of the map instead. Blonde will be there to pick up the wave as it heads to the inner turret, but that outer turret is no longer here for this world.
Perfectly acceptable, though. Again, Ottawa have made one of the critical plays. They're actually looking for a pick.
We'll see if they get it here. They're going to get the Everfrost in onto Meslo. Chunk down to about half HP. The Rift Herald will get its second proc onto the inner, but here comes the Shirelli as Ottawa trying to contest here, forcing the flash out of the Victor. So good re-engage there from Ottawa. They do lose their tower down bottom, but you can see them trying to respond and trying to make sure that Grandview don't get any more than they already have.
Yeah, we mentioned we've gotten one great play out of Ottawa, right? Really one of the kind of 3 or 4 great moments we've had. We still need 1 or 2 more of those grapes, and you can see them looking good. Shirelius from 9 Lives will take a flash down. Meslo now a little more vulnerable than he was moments ago. Of course, look at the scaling members. Nearly 2 items. Fimbulwinter about to come in for Blonde. We are getting closer to that upgrade here on the W for Levi. I think we're going to need the Nashers and an Amp Tome, if I'm not mistaken, after he does complete this on the next basis. And those will be some pretty big spikes for Ottawa to continue looking for these plays and skirmishes to get themselves back on even pegging.
The kill lead might be in favor of Ottawa. Gold lead in favor of Grandview. That's where we stand at this point in the game. I don't think we mentioned it. I think there was a fight, a replay or something that kind of went over this, but Grandview did pick up the second Ocean Dragon for themselves. It is number 2 out of 4 for that crucial soul to be picked into their hands. So a little bit of a dicier situation now for Ottawa. They're going to be probably forced or at least pressured to go for a fight in a couple of minutes around that next Ocean. We'll see if they end up going for it, and we'll see if the itemization ends up getting there in time.
Blonde, you have a bear coming for you.
Be careful, Blonde. He has a Realm Warp. Looks like he's going to use it. Get away. Crucially, not available for any fight that will be happening around this Drake. We see Coda around the top side of the map, which means that maybe, the Braves don't want to go for this. They want to fight in about 5 minutes instead of 1. We'll see, though. Still some time here. Brixton, though, from the top side, might not have a lot of time left on his hands. Gonna try to get some support in from Coda. Now 9 Lives here as well. Has the revive in onto the Jace. Might be a little bit too early, but the kick's gonna come out regardless. In goes the Resonating Strike. A shutdown into the hands of Coda. Prankuru gets punished on the top side of the map.
Nice punish on the Prankuru. Of course, there is a cost to it, and they don't have the damage to do Baron. Can Blonde stay alive? Can he keep this turret alive? No, so it's 2 turrets for a kill, Grapes. And unfortunately, while I like the effort to make plays to try to get gold in their back pocket, this one not going to be worth it for Ottawa. Definitely going to lose out on the gold, and they have lost out on positioning and setup for the Drake coming up in 22 seconds.
Yep, Prank spawning in about 15 seconds, has the teleport. Meanwhile, fighting going on in the bottom side of the map. Chaos Storm chasing Blonde away. Has the teleport if he wants to get back into the fight. But again, the positioning still in the favor of Grandview. Prank also has that TP, no ulti, but can still be a huge factor in a fight that ends up breaking out. Coulter hovering around the pit, not starting at the Drake just yet. Here comes the spawn, here comes the teleport. Grandview looking in control for the moment.
Coming back into Blonde match, and it's going to be a 5v5.
Hook's gonna miss from Pluto to start things up. Importantly, the Drake has not been started up just yet. Aaron taking a big chunk from the Shock Blast. Meslo onto the backside, getting the early stun, and down goes Brixton to start the fight off. Now a 4v5. No ultis really used just yet. Another hook gonna land in. Blonde forced to flash away. Now the box also being issued out. 9 Lives trying to find the bombs. Did not use the revive in onto the Jace. Dragon not started up just yet. Still the numbers advantage in favor of Grandview.
Levi's chunks just aren't really doing enough to deter Grandview at the moment. He doesn't quite have the upgrade, if I'm not mistaken. Doesn't quite have the damage as he hasn't gone the Luden's route. Coda needs to be a hero here, but it's so hard
He tried for it the first time, not going to do it the second. So point over to the Grandview Vikings.
Yeah, and he can't, right? Because if he dies there, it's just Baron at 24 minutes. So that is the calculus. He can't go for the steal. There's too big of a prize on the other side of the rift. And GVU, again, they just play it out so well. Grapes Pluto, he's just been laser locked with these destinies. I mean, even in the plays where we've seen him die in the bottom lane, he's hit 1, 2, these hooks on disengage attempts. He's just been so good on these hook champions today. And he finds the initial pick onto Brixton. The revive doesn't come out in time. Already a member lights. They find a flash on a blonde, and after that, right, they just gotta wait and whittle them down. They know the advantage is theirs. They just wait for a mistake. Speaking of,
nice punish here, potentially. Meslo chunking 9 lives out pretty low, running under his tower for safety. The overload not enough to do the deed. Can Kodak find the kill? He is so fast. Meslo is blonde, taking another turret shot. They finally will pick it up with the Dragon's Rage, but he might have bought enough time for the rest of the team to try to collapse. Pluto and Aaron on the horizon. Cold throw very fast as well on the Udyr. Koda has to run away, has the safeguard, but here comes the charge.
No.
Prankuru coming in with the ultimate. Pluto gonna flash forward with the play as well. The smite will heal him, but not for enough. Shut down onto the Kled, and now with the jungler down in the 4v4, Grandview headed straight to the Baron Nashor.
yep, there is a lot of poke alive for Ottawa, so they can try to chase them off, but they're definitely going to start this up. You see Levi and Prank's
Immediately
trying to
coming
preempt.
forward. Yeah, Prank trying to lock down Levi. He has a killer instinct, has to flash out, but that's the Infernum coming out from Aaron. Another kill going in onto the Kaisa. Blonde and 9 lives trying to do some sort of damage. They do it a lot. There comes the stun. Aaron, the first to fall in the re-engage. Prankuru with a bear trap on the road will lock Brixton down and will likely be able to finish off the kill. Cold throw is crucially still alive here for the Vikings. Baron might not be on the table just now with Aaron down. Ottawa might have done a decent job to stave off the re-engage, stave off the objective from being taken away.
Yeah, heroic effort by 9 lives and Blonde with the speed up to get onto Aaron. I think there's just a slight drop in comms there for Grandview. They think that Aaron is guaranteed. They don't realize that Aaron is under threat until it's just a little bit too late. And with him down, there's not enough DPS to get back on the Baron. So Ottawa staves it off. They give themselves a little bit more time, Grapes. But how many times have we said that before in this series? That's all they have netted themselves. And there's still a Soul Drake to contend with in 2.5.
It's ticking, ticking, ticking. Bought a little bit more time, but will it be enough, as you said, is the question. See, the itemization started to come through. Blonde finishing up that Fimbulwinter. Levi will now have both of those abilities upgraded with the W after the Lost Chapter has been completed. No Ludens just yet, so those missiles will not really do too much damage in terms of the poke, but finally get that extra upgrade, the extra cooldown reduction. Things are starting to look up for Ottawa, but on the other side, Grandview still have a lot of the itemization advantages, 2.5 on all 3 of their carries right now.
Grandview still in such a good spot here, Grapes. 5K is the gold lead. That is about what it has been for the last few games, right around, a little bit earlier actually in the game. So I think Ottawa has definitely been fighting super hard in this game 3. They have kept it tighter. They have not allowed this game to blow up, but the Baron's still on the map. One mistake is all it will take, and still everything very much in the favor of Grandview with that gold lead, with these item spikes. Aaron even has great guns right now for a fight.
Well, that's the motto. Red, white, don't
Red,
fight.
white, don't fight.
And don't know if Ottawa wants to do that either
Jinx,
way.
you owe me a soda?
Sure. Next time we meet up.
It's a dated one there, Grapes, but I'm just a little thirsty right
you
now,
said
so.
Jinx, and I was confused. Were we talking about the champion, or like I
That's
stepped
the
back a little
beauty
bit.
of the joke when we're casting League, Grapes.
That's yeah. I mean, as I said, next time we're hanging out together, I will. You gotta just remind me. I feel like I might not remember it. If you keep that there, I will hold true. So does on me.
You heard it here first, folks. You heard it here first. Grapes are trustworthy, man. I believe I'll get my Dr. Pepper.
For the most part, we'll see. 45 seconds until this dragon spawns. It will be the soul for Grandview. They're able to pick this one up. Levi at level 14, one of the higher members here for GV for the side of Ottawa. And look to really hammer in some of the damage. The W will get sniped away, so a little bit of a nice cheeky steal coming up from the Kaisa as well. But still, the positioning lies in Grandview's hands.
Holding mid lane. Basis Pranky does have the TP. You can see, I think he's kind of waiting with home guard to see if he can find a play. I don't really see a flank ward except
the ward
down here
behind the
in
pit,
the bottom,
yes.
yeah.
That's probably where he's looking to go. He's gonna. I would expect him to wait until Ottawa really show their hand, try to force the engage, as they are now 5 stacked here around the pit. Pluto trying to engage first here with the hook. We'll get the play on Dakota instead. Here comes the box, but Pluto taken down very, very low, but not dead just yet. Moonlight Visual coming out, doing a lot of damage. Pranks onto the backside, but is exhausted. The Chaos Storm is chasing Ottawa away, but it might be just too fast for them. Blonde goes down as well. 2 for 0 over to the Vikings in the fight already. Prankuru still so tanky on the front line. Will look to remount. Levi going for a miracle play. Will be able to shut down Aaron. Has the chrono shift on him. Meslo taken very low as well. Will he go down? Not just yet. He's running for his life. And Prankuru's on a rampage as Levi goes down. Coda at 9 lives are the only ones left alive. Soul still on the table here for Grandview. Cold throws trying to chase the Lee Sin out. He goes for the desperation Q onto the Krugs, but the rocks are not there to save his life. Grandview win the fight, and Grandview take the Ocean Soul.
Oh my goodness, Levi tries to be a hero, Grapes. He's so close with the revive on top of him, but Meslo lives with a sliver of HP, and again, Grandview's setup in these fights are so good, and their execution is even better. Pluto lives with a sliver of HP setting up the engage. Prank finds the flank. Aaron's got his guns, and even as Levi takes him down with a hero play, the rest of the team has already won the fight. That is Ocean Soul in the back pocket, and it feels now like the mountain may just be insurmountable for Ottawa. They will get a couple chances yet. Elder Drake, if it does arrive in 5 minutes, will be there. Baron is still on the map, but they have to cut through so much healing now.
The front to back now from Grandview seems nearly unstoppable at this point. They're going to try to go for the fight already. Levi flashing straight into the gravity well, going to get stunned up. Will be able to get the revive. 9 lives on the backside, able to save him for now. Brixton trying to take down Aaron, but Aaron will get the better end of the trade. Meslo getting one back. Will Levi be able to get anything? The answer is surely no. Blonde will fall as well. A double kill for Meslo, and I think they might have done it, DJ. A double kill onto Prankuru. A clean ace for the Grandview Vikings, and they're marching down middle lane to try to complete the 3-0 sweep.
Oh, the teammates are out, baby. The coordinated 5-man, and they have a wave, Grapes. This could just be the end of the MEC season. Grandview promised us a clean playoffs, and it looks like they are going to deliver, Grapes.
Time and time again, it is dominance from Grandview University. The kings of the MEC will retain their crown, and Grandview are your champions of the back-to-back MEC championships.
2 times in a row, Grapes, in absolutely dominant fashion. 3-0 over Ottawa, a revitalized, at the peak of their powers, Ottawa, truly proving now once and for all that GVU, they never lied to us. They never led us astray. They were waiting to power up in the playoffs, and boy, did they. And this time around, how sweet must it feel, particularly for Prankuru joining this GVU squad. He was on Illinois College last year on the losing end of an MEC Finals. This time around, he will get his hands on the trophy, although maybe not as valuable, of course, as the Pikachu with an apple plushie. It is still a nice second prize, and of course, coming with that one will be the berth into the top 32 for CELO.
They said it time and time again. You know, Grandview, they knew that this was going to happen. They were so confident about it, and oh boy, did they deliver. Everybody on their team played absolutely incredible through all 3 of the games. Of course, Prank Crew with such an amazing showing on the Lightning game number 3, but all credit, I think, this series has to go to Meslo. Had 3 fantastic games throughout the series and really just shut down everybody on Ottawa.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you, Grapes. I thought Meslo was spectacular today. Honestly, I thought Pluto was absolutely spectacular as well with his fight setups, with the calls. Just, again, like, an incredible execution day for GVU. They promised us they had a higher level. We saw it today, right? I feel a little bad for Ottawa because I think they had a lot of clever moves today. I thought their drafts were pretty fine. I thought they looked for clever plays. They fought back in almost all 3 games, but again, I've said this illusion before, right? But it just feels a little big brother to me, right? GVU just always coming out slightly on top. The little brother could never find that critical blow, could never truly take them down in the grander scheme of things. It was always GVU finding a way to hold them at arm's length and show that they today were certainly the better players and the better team.
And of course, all credit goes to Ottawa. They had a lot of chances. They looked like they were winning some of these fights. Levi looked very good throughout, I would say. But you know, there's still some of those at-large bids for Collegiate. Of course, the 3-0 is going to sting a little bit in the eyes of the selection committee, but I think this is still a team that has looked very, very strong coming the past couple of weeks, can still, you know, potentially see their season not ending just yet, but the big ticket here goes over to Grandview. They get the sweep, they get the victory in the conference, they lock themselves into the top 32, and if they keep playing the way that they have been, DJ, I expect this team to make some big damage here in the main bracket.
I would hope so, right? I said it yesterday when Ottawa took down PNW, but I really do hope that the selection committee looks at these two teams, right? I think they both had incredible seasons. Very different road to the playoffs, right? And I like you said, I think the 3-0 will hurt, knowing that GVU kind of is one of those contender teams I think we had on paper at the start of the season. But these are two teams that have really grown so much throughout the season. They definitely have the talent, the tools, and now really the consistency out of Ottawa at the end of the season to compete in a tournament like that. I know there's only 7 at-large bids, but really, really keeping my fingers crossed. We want the maximum amount of MEC representation. We want to do the maximum amount of damage to North Conference and the rest to show why this is such a fun and competitive conference and why these players are so good in a national setting.
Are we taking sides now, DJ? Are we being biased towards the conference?
What? Yeah, we're the MEC casters. Why would we not be biased to the? I'll be biased to the MEC the whole season. What? Yeah, absolutely.
All right. I mean, I hope you're right. I think these teams have looked really good.
What has Rebel been doing to you when he drags you up to those Maryville streams, Graves?
Listen.
You traitor! How could you?
Listen. I hope that I agree with you. I do hope that Ottawa and Purdue Northwest get at least a little bit of attention from the committee, as I think that they both have been very strong throughout the season, and I think that they can, again, pull some punches if they are into the top 32. But again, story has to be around Grandview right now. Really excited to see how they're able to keep going forward, and man, I'm excited for CeeLo to begin. Things are just starting up here in the collegiate scene.
Yep, just starting out. We still will have the tournament coming through, of course, but again, just big props and a congratulations to GVU, right? We give our commiserations to Ottawa for a wonderful season, but this was kind of what we all expected. There were moments where we maybe didn't believe as strongly as they did, but GVU was the dominant force all year. They are deserved champions, particularly today, where I thought their level was just as high as I have seen it, Grapes. So such fantastic execution, and I hope they are all celebrating at the moment. I hope they are all celebrating well into the night. Dreyer and company, congratulations to you all on a wonderful MEC season, a wonderful championship, and as we're alluding to, right, best of luck in CeeLo. We hope we will be able to cast those games as well, so we can see the end to what has been and should continue to be a fantastic journey here in spring.
And with that, will be the end of our broadcast here on the Midwest Esports Conference. I'd like to say on behalf of everybody that has worked here on the production side that it's been a pleasure to cover all of the games here in the MEC, and we hope that you guys have all enjoyed all of the casts, all of the broadcasts, everything like that. Again, it's been a whole lot of fun. I'd like to say thank you once again. Big thank you to our sponsors over at Unified as well. If you are at the LAN, don't go anywhere because we're going to get an interview with the winner of this series, the winner of this conference in Grandview with our man Kendo in just a little bit. But, I mean, after all of that, we're just going to say goodbye so far. We'll see you in a little bit. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Have a wonderful day.